And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Sliding down to SC off. Bring in SC off. Off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You read? We don't need any more of these.
Good morning from Boca Chica, Texas. You're looking at a live view of the Orbital Launch Mount down here in Starbase with Booster 9 perched on top. Now, if you look a little closely, you can see just a little bit of venting coming here and there. We are about to see some testing of Booster 9 today. We're expecting potentially a spin prime, but we'll have to see what SpaceX has exactly in store for us. Now, we are actually deep into the test already. We can see a bit of a methane frost line there on the bottom of the booster. Now, we're going to dive into a bit more about what we're going to see today, what we're expecting, what's already happened. But first, I'd like to introduce some very talented people alongside me here today. So first off, Alejandro, or Alex, how are we doing today?
I'm doing frosty. I guess.
I guess you could say that, yeah. Also on comms here, one of the first streams he's been on, Max Evans. Max, how are we doing out there today?
Doing great. Feels weird to not be out in the field for this one because, of course, this is on the other side of the country and not over at the KSC. But it's good to see the Orbital Launch Mount back in action.
Is it weird to be in air conditioning during a live stream?
You know, honestly, it is. It's weird not being swamped by no-see-ums and mosquitoes and having my skin boiling in the sun. So this is quite refreshing.
Awesome. I'm Ian. I'll be your host for today. And in the background, we have Tanner, one of our SBL operators, doing some operating for the stream today. So, Alex, real quick. So we see a methane frost line coming up there on the booster. So how deep into the test preparations, I guess, would you say we are right now?
Well, not methane. It's a liquid oxygen frost there, because that's the liquid oxygen tank.
Oh, I am.
On the booster.
My bad. There we go. That's why Alex is the expert here, and I am not.
Yeah. So we have there, that frost line indicates that liquid oxygen load has been underway for a little while. Usually there's this OLM vent of purging and cool down of the pipes up to the OLM, right? To the Orbital Launch Mount. And then once it stopped about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago. Once it stopped, then that moment we knew that this propellant load will be gone. We also seen the subcoolers for the methane as well being all active and everything, which kind of indicates that there's also methane loading as well. I'm not sure if we're going to see any frost on the methane tank, though. Usually, depending on the kind of test that they want to do, they do not load it enough for the methane to reach above the wet line of the bulkhead. So it might not be, it might not see any frost up there, but we'll see. We'll stay with our eye on that and see if that happens or not. But yeah, really exciting because this is the first Booster 9 test here at the OLM and the first test overall for Booster 9 since I think it was December or something like that when it was cryo tested. And that was with liquid nitrogen.
It was quite a while ago. Yeah, I mean, I remembered recently. I'm like, Booster 9 has already gone through some initial testing, the cryoproofing. So it makes sense they're not going to redo that again. But I'm like, I totally forgot that because I was deep in the campaign of 24/7 way back then.
Yeah.
Also, real quick, I want to dive. First off, if anyone in chat has any questions regarding Booster 9, Starship, SpaceX, anything, be sure to hit us up in chat with @NASASpaceflight. That makes it that makes a question pop up and be easily visible back here in some software. One of our former software engineers, Michael, wrote. So once again, if you have a question or a comment or anything, @NASASpaceflight in chat makes it easier for us to see. Now, Alex, our first question here, it's not in the queue yet, but I kind of want to pre-answer it. So Booster 9 is obviously the next booster in the series after Booster 7. Well, I guess the second next after Booster 8. So what upgrades does Booster 9 have compared to Booster 7? What differentiates it, or what is upgraded on it compared to Booster 7?
Oh boy, there's a lot of upgrades here that it has, especially one of them. I think it's very crucial regarding the fate of Booster 7, where it basically lost a lot of Raptors, but not only lost Raptors, probably because a couple of them were a little bit off, but also it seemed like when the Raptors blew up, the bad ones blew up, it might have affected the good ones, right? And the reason for that we think that might have happened is because of basically the way that the shields between the Raptors engines were on Booster 7. Elon called that sort of like a retrofit. It was not really properly done for that booster, whereas Booster 9 actually has an upgraded heat shield and just basically debris shield in general for these Raptors, not only on the bottom, but also between the Raptors. So in theory, we'll see in practice. Hopefully, we actually don't see that in practice. But if it does happen that a Raptor goes out on Booster 9 during flight, it should, in theory, protect every other Raptor around it from any debris coming off. Because, these are really mighty engines. And when they go off, when they say, hey, I'm done, right? They can pack a punch. So you need really good... yeah, you really need good shields between those engines to be able to avoid that kind of issue.
Gotcha. Very, very cool. And for this kind of test, Alex, are we going to see a full tank load, or is it going to be a partial tank load? What do they do for these in particular?
Well, that's a good question, because the first question that one should ask is what kind of test we could see today, right? We know that with a very high amount of certainty that it is not a static fire test, because there are multiple indications, such as there's no overpressure notice, there's no marine safety bulletin information document out there, or whatever it's the actual name. It's MSIV. I know it from the acronym. But yeah, there's none of that, the paperwork side, but also the hardware side. In the case of the Launchpad, they have the dense floor, which is the sort of platform that they put on underneath the booster at the Orbital Launch Mount to be able to work on it and also work on the other hardware on the pad as well. It is there. It is not up there at the top. It's not right beneath the booster. It's all the way down on the ground, sitting on that water-cooled plate that we saw tested a few days ago. But just because of that, we don't think it's going to be a static fire test, because it's like there will be no way that they will actually test the engines in that manner. Now, could it be a spin prime test? Could be, maybe. We don't really know, but that's probably the most that we probably can see today. And hey, I wouldn't be complaining at all if that happens.
Yeah, gotcha. James here is asking a question. I'm going to send this off to you, Max. So James here is asking, the scaffolding we could see on the lower part of the screen, what are they working on? So Max, what have they been working on around the pad and the vehicle lately?
I think if correct me if I'm wrong. I think Alex should be able to. The scaffolding over that we can see on the left hand side of the screen now, I believe is that an access porthole to access the internals of the booster?
Yeah,
Alex?
yeah, that is totally correct. That's a porthole, an access hatch that they have there for the liquid oxygen, and they go in there when they need to, work on it or something. Falcon 9 does have the same thing also on the two tanks of the booster.
It does.
Which is
and
really
also yes. And also to elaborate more on the question, they teams have been working to make sure that the booster is correctly and securely fastened to the orbital launch mount, because the last thing anybody needs right now is to have any kind of mishap, especially hopefully being so close to flight number 2. As far as it's just a whole bunch of various work around the orbital launch mount that I personally don't know the exact details to, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Thank you, though. Alex, I'm going to pass this next question on to you. It's a follow-up to the question we had before. So Gavin here is asking, as a follow-up, what is the difference between Booster 9 and Booster 10? Do we have any ideas on what the differences there are, or is it kind of too early to tell that, Alex?
Well, there's one little difference. I believe Booster 10 is the first booster to include the elliptical dome, the one that is flatter, and it is for the common dome. So basically, the dome that divides the two tanks. I think that's one of the major differences. There's probably more, but Elon really hasn't really talked about that, or SpaceX in general. So there might be other kinds of difference that we might be able to look for. But right now, Booster 10 is not really finished. It's still very in baby steps right now. So we'll see once it gets all the other stuff, including the engines and shields. Maybe they also change the shields. I don't know. But there's definitely room for improvement here.
Yeah, man. I mean, given that SpaceX is, trying to rush and get the next launch going as soon as possible, it wouldn't surprise me if they're kind of holding Booster 10 for a little bit, just in case they fly Booster 9, learn some new things so they can then upgrade Booster 10. But that's all speculation on my part. We'll have to wait and see on that. Cooper here is asking, is there frost on the methane tank? And I think the answer right now is no. I don't see any from our right camera view there. If there is any, it would be very, very small and tough to see. So no, I don't think they've begun methane loading yet. Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe they start liquid oxygen loading on the lower tank here a good bit before they start methane loading in the upper tank. Is that correct?
For flight, yes, but it seems like for testing, they actually do it maybe both at the same time or very close together, because when the OLM vent stopped, we had already seen the subcoolers on the methane side going off, and usually when that happens, it's an indicator that the methane loading has begun.
Gotcha. Yeah, it does seem like
It appears on the right hand view here underneath the booster, we can see some venting as well. Might be coming from the engines, which is really
interesting.
neat.
Yeah, because there's no visible frost line on the methane tank just yet, and if it's kind of tough to see in the right hand view with the lighting right now because we're getting really backlit. But it doesn't look like there's any methane in the tank just yet. And engine venting, I kind of see where you're coming from there. Do we think that could be the backside of the OLM? Oh, there we go. We can kind of see it right now.
Ooh, there we go. Yeah, you can see there that the sort of the underneath of the booster is kind of venting there. It is really interesting to point out for those that might be new or something that because the methane tank is above, you need something to make it go all the way to the engine. So you have like the common dome, right? And then you have the transfer tube. The transfer tube is big. It is really big. That thing is probably 30 meters long or something like that. And it is also, it's definitely a big tube where they can put tons and tons of this methane. And so they don't really need to fill it all the way so that, there's frost visible or anything like that. And that's something that we've seen on previous tests as well, that they have loaded it and we haven't really seen that kind of frost on the vehicle, on the liquid methane tank.
Gotcha. Thank you, Alex. So yeah, it seems like we are well into propellant loading here. The methane loading seems to be underway based on the tank farm activity. Real quick, I want to thank some very, very generous people here who supported the stream today. Bideford here with a $50 super chat saying, thank you, NSF, for providing this stream today. You are the best. And thank you very much, Bideford, for the $50 super chat. That's an immense amount of support, and that means an awful, awful, awful lot to us. So thank you very much for all of that. Henry Wagstaff here with a $5 super chat saying, what do you all think? Cryo, spin prime, or static fire, and why? Well, I think static fire is right out at first. That is not possible today. We have not gotten an overpressure notice. Also, there's still a lot of construction hardware around. You can see that white hose there in the center of the left camera view. That would probably get blown away and destroyed if a static fire happened right now. So probably no static fire. Alex, I think you discussed it a little bit before. Do you want to really quickly go through what you said again about what you expect testing to see today, like cryo versus spin prime, and what we would see differently there?
Yeah, so to summarize what I explained before really quickly is that we do not expect a static fire test, and the most that we could expect today is a spin prime, mostly not only because of paperwork side, but also because they have hardware right there underneath the engines that, you wouldn't want those engines to be blasting at. But they could still do a spin prime test because at the end of the day, it's just pulling up the pumps. And, with exceptions, let's say, right, there shouldn't be any sort of fire underneath the engines. There's
I
being an
hope there's none.
oopsie, but let's not count that one.
Yeah, let's not remember Booster 7 right now. That was an interesting day.
Yep.
Thank you for that support, Henry. We appreciate that. Tom V has gifted 1 Red Team membership. Thank you very much, Tom. Methane Man gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Travis also gifted 5 Red Team memberships. So if anyone got a gifted membership from any of them, be sure to thank them in chat. And thank you for your support if you got a gifted membership. That means you're one of the most active members in our YouTube chat if you did get one. So hope you all enjoy everything there. And thank you to all 3 of them for their support. David here bought 2 things from the store with their store message saying we're absolutely killing it with every live stream and video. Please keep going and help us faraway space and rocket fans keep up with going on. Well, David, I think we're going to do our best to keep doing that, and we really we're glad that it's appreciated, and thank you very much for the support through our store. And yeah, once again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, great way to support the work that we do. And like David just did here, you can leave a store message. It pops up on stream, just like any other form of our support for our channel. So thank you very much for that, David. Austin here with a $5 tip saying they're wearing their Starship orbital flight merch because of the testing hype. I wonder where they can get some other merch, including metal prints. Well, what a coincidence, Austin. We just discussed shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We have tons of Starship merch. We have metal prints galore, Starship and other rocket metal prints. And stay tuned for some future things coming. We have some exciting things coming in the near future for sure. So thank you, Austin. We really appreciate that tip as well from tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Ethan has become a Capcom member. Thank you very much for that support, Ethan. We hope you enjoy access to the community Discord server and all the chaos that happens in there. Taras here with a $10 super chat saying, if for some reason Starship is incapable of deploying the payload during a mission, is it possible to land with the payload still on board, or can that be dismissed immediately as an option? That's kind of pretty far down the road, I would say, but I feel like it should be possible. I mean, payload is not that much mass compared to Starship itself and the propellants. Alex, Max, any thoughts there?
You want to go, Max?
I guess it would depend just on how heavy
The actual satellite or payload would be. Because, say, if we have a situation where the payload is minuscule, if we kind of like Parker Solar Probe with Delta 4 many, many years ago, maybe with the propellant margins, it could be possible. But also, I don't know. I mean, this is all based on speculation and depending on how the payloads are going to be mounted inside Starship. Whether or not the mechanism that holds the payloads securely inside Starship are going to be strong enough to handle a reentry. I mean, there are so many variables. So I guess, hypothetically speaking, it could be possible.
Gotcha. I do agree with that. Yeah, I think it depends on the mission. But I mean, with the space shuttle, they only launch when they'd be able to return with that payload in the payload bay. They didn't launch at the shuttle's technical full capacity, as far as I know, because they were limited by landing mass. So, yeah, I wonder if Starship will follow in those footsteps there. Now, real quick, we just got some immense support here from Methane Man, also known as Richard, with a $100 tip through tips.nasaspaceflight.com. First off, thank you very much. And they're saying, hey, it's Methane Man, some cash for the crew. Well, that is very much appreciated from the crew here. Thank you so much for that, Methane Man.
I have really good news for you, Methane Man. Because
what is that?
Speaking of Methane Man, the methane tank is getting discolored at the bottom of the tank. And usually that means that it is getting colder than usual, and we might not see a frost. I'm still debating whether that we'll see that frost or not, but usually that sort of discoloration there indicates that it is colder than the rest of the tank, and so that is kind of a confirmation that there's methane there, that there's liquid methane there, and that is very, very cold. So maybe, there we go, look, frost.
Yep.
it's already high enough that it clears the weld line of that common bulkhead between the two tanks. So there you can see the frost appearing.
And
Yeah,
that's
well,
rising
that's-
pretty quickly too.
Yes, you could visibly see it rising, which is very cool. Now, again, Alex, they're only going to load in like minimal amounts of methane here, right? We're not going to see a full tank load, you don't think?
Well, yeah, because usually when they do that, they take extra precautions. We've seen, for example, when Booster 7 did its, full prop load test and things like that, usually the village and the production site were evacuated, and we have no information related with that, so we don't really see that kind of thing. So it might be loaded a little bit. We might see a little bit of frost, but definitely probably not the full tank today.
Gotcha. Sounds about right. Thank you, Alex. Very cool. Get it?
Haha.
Never mind.
For Methane Man.
Well, I hope Methane Man is happy. Thank you very much once again for that support. We really appreciate that. We have a $5 super chat here from Harry saying, thanks for the info about the test. It's always enjoyable to watch the streams. One more question. What is the possibility of Deluge testing today? I mean, Alex, it's possible, I guess they could do Deluge testing if they go through with a spin prime, but I think with the equipment they have around there, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hit that right on the head of the nail, because it's like, they have the dance floor, that access platform that they have right on top right now of the plate. It's not that it is, hanging right below the booster, and we say, okay, well, it's on top of the plate. No, it's actually all the way down on the ground. You can see even the tarp there on the bottom of that view. There's a tarp right above that platform right now. The platform is right above the plate, and there's that tarp as well above. So we do not expect any kind of water test from that plate. Now, it might not be the only time we see, it could be that we still see water today in the form of the FireX system. And we actually saw that tested a few days ago when they tested all of the... It was like everywhere, everything everywhere all at once, right? Where everything was being tested. We saw venting from everywhere. That was like last week or so. So yeah, we could see maybe a test of that FireX system, but not the Deluge plate or the water-cooled plate, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I feel like if they sent the Deluge off, it would kind of kill that light cart you can see in the bottom right of the left camera. Yeah. There'd be not a fun day. I think during a static fire, definitely seems possible for them to do that. But that's further down the road for sure. So thank you for the support there, Henry. We appreciate that. Coco here gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate that. And Brandon Land here has also gifted 1 Red Team membership. Roger has become a Pad Rat member, so thank you to all of you for your support through our membership program. Again, the membership program is a great way not only to support us, but to get some cool things in return. First off, behind-the-scenes videos, members-only live streams, our members' Discord, which is... There's a lot of very intricate conversations going on there about all the different details of Starship. And you get some behind-the-scenes kind of peeks at stuff before it comes out. So very, very cool opportunities there, and we appreciate all of our members for their support for the channel. That diabetic kid with a $5 super chat saying, will we be streaming the next attempt of the Starlink launch from last night? I think it's safe to say to be determined, but probably. I think it's too early to tell. Max, has that Starlink been rescheduled at all, or is that still kind of up to SpaceX's discretion right now?
Yes, it has been scheduled for tonight at, I think it was 7:06 p.m. Eastern. So it is back on the docket for tonight, although I have not taken a look at the forecast yet, which I probably should do.
Sounds good. And yeah, we're going to figure out our live streaming plans later today, so be sure to keep an eye out on our Twitter and our YouTube page for if we will be live streaming that. So thank you very much for the support. We're glad that you're excited for the next Starlink stream. We very much are excited to bring it to you as well. Now, Alex, so there's a lot of talk going on in chat about the spin prime, testing, cryogenic proofing, and stuff like that. So let's start off with a question here from Keat saying, what is a spin prime? What does that entail, Alex?
Yeah, so the Raptor has two pumps, one to pump the liquid oxygen and the other to pump the liquid methane. And so what they do with a spin prime is they spool up the oxygen pump. So they do not do that for the methane, but they do spin up the methane, not the excuse me, the liquid oxygen pump, and they let flow some of that liquid oxygen through the engine. Now, the reason why they do that is because it's very complicated to start up the engines. And so by being able to do that spin prime, you test the startup sequence of the engine. Because immediately after that, you just need the methane to go through with the pumps as well. And, put the igniters in place, and you have your engine pretty much started. There's a whole lot of more complications there. But basically, that's sort of the beginning of the beginning. The start of the startup of the Raptor engine. So if you can test that and it works, and the engine doesn't really tell you anything bad, then it's a good thing to test, because they can have a lot of data on that. So yeah, it's pretty much that, just spooling up the liquid oxygen pump. Now, there might be questions as to why they need to load liquid methane, and the reason for that is because when you want to test the engines, in this case, you want to test as well the cooling of the engine. And so, for example, in the case of the main nozzle, for example, of the Raptor, there's cooling lines where liquid methane flows through them. And so you want that liquid methane to be flowing through them, and the Raptor being chilled down as well. The chill down is done both with liquid oxygen for the liquid oxygen pump and also the liquid methane for the liquid methane pump. But you also have the nozzle that it has this cooling channel. So overall, you want both the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane to be loaded in order to test the whole engine systems right as they will be in the condition of a startup. It makes sense, right? That you kind of want that condition to happen when you try to, again, to sort of test the start of the startup of the engine.
Gotcha. Good explanation there, Alex. I appreciate that as always. And moving on to our next question here. First off, actually, I want to say the liquid oxygen tank is continuing. I don't think it's continuing loading anymore, but it's up to about 1/4 of the tank, while the methane is sitting there at about maybe 1/8 of the tank. So they're still beginning to flow propellants in there. Tank farm is going crazy right now with all that condensation coming off of it. And one thing that I was noticing while you were answering that question, Alex, is if you look at the liquid oxygen tank, you can very easily, from our other camera view, back when we were on the other camera, you could very, very easily see the different tanks, the ring stacks. So you can see the 4 ring stacks all down the side of the vehicle. I've never noticed that before. I'm sure it's probably been a thing before that I just missed, but that's a very cool detail that I've noticed there. So if anyone's confused what I'm talking about, on the lower tank of the vehicle, you kind of see how there's like horizontal black lines. There's 3 of them. Those are separating the different ring stacks. So when they're making Super Heavy and Starship, they stack 3 or 4 rings together to make kind of pre-staged stacks, and then they'll stack those in the high bay just to save some time. And you can kind of see exactly where those weld lines are on those stacks. Just kind of neat there. Something I was thinking about.
In fact, you can learn more about all of those sections of the booster on one of the videos that we made a while back. It was actually a recent video that we did on how to build a booster. We also had another one of how to build a Starship, because we sort of did those 2 videos. We might have to continue, right? Like something like how to build a stage 0 or something. I don't know, but yeah, we can probably work on that.
I was working on how to build a stage 0, but I don't think SpaceX knows the answer to that question just yet either. So we're gonna wait and see. But if you did like our booster and Starship videos, definitely stay tuned, is all that I will say. Moving on, we got some support here from Tross saying for testing the water deluge system, would SpaceX go from 1 engine static fire to 7 to 13 and then more, or would they go directly to more engines? I'm going to actually toss this to all of you guys, but I feel like personally they might start off with just 1 engine just to make sure it's okay, then move up much more rapidly. I don't think they're going to go as incrementally as they did with Booster 7, where they went from like 1 to 3, I think, to 7, then 14, and so on. Alex, what do you think about that? Do you think they're going to go directly to 33 or like incremental on that?
I don't really know, to be honest, because knowing SpaceX, they might go straight to 33 because they really
Yeah.
want to test this thing really quickly. But also at the same time, it might be that they test, incrementally, but they test the tests are maybe a couple of days in between instead of being like a couple of weeks, as we saw with Booster 7. Booster 7 took a long while to go from 1 all the way to 33 engines. This time around, though, they have all that experience, so it might still be incremental, but they might be able to do it quickly because they already have all of that knowledge. I don't
Gotcha.
know. I
agree with
wouldn't
that.
be able to say.
I agree. Max, do you have any thoughts there on how fast SpaceX may move there? Do you think they're going to go a bit faster than they did with Booster 7 or kind of go step by step incrementally? What are your thoughts on that?
I would probably side more with the mindset that you had, in that they may be more incremental with their steps. Maybe go from like 3 to 13, or in the teens, and then maybe ramp up to 33. But I think it would, knowing SpaceX's pace for testing, I starting out with one probably seems out of the question, because they can probably just they've actually already simulated that over at McGregor. And it just seems like starting out with a smaller number of engines may not produce the data they may need, with how much pressure the plate will have to endure during launch. So um, probably, yeah, I would side probably more with you.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much for that, Max. Thank you for your support, Taras. We really appreciate that. Anonymous here with a store message saying, thank you for the great coverage as always. Is there any possibility that the old full stack t-shirt with Frankencrane on it will return for a short time as an anniversary or so? They would immediately buy it. I haven't heard any plans about that coming back. I'm sure we could pass that along to the store team and see their thoughts there. But either way, thank you very much for your support. We hope you enjoy your James Webb shirt. Again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's not just Starship stuff. It is a crazy variety of items there, and I'm surprised how fast it's been growing in that regard. So once again, great way to support us, and thank you very much, Anonymous, for all of that. Now, Apocalypse Cow has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you for that support, and we hope everyone who has gifted one enjoys that. Alfredo here with a 100 Mexican dollars, I believe that is, super chat, saying, looking at the stuff on top of the pad, a deluge or static fire test are out of the question today. When do you think SpaceX will do a static fire on Booster 9? How's that right to you, Alex? Any thoughts? Do you think it... I feel like it's going to be a little while based on the equipment they have around the pad. They still have the scaffolding and such. I could see it being, about like a week or so until a static fire.
Yeah, I will probably agree with that. I think we're gonna see in the next few days, because they still have to power a lot of concrete especially on the side that is closer to the tower, and sort of like more closer to the camera that we have here on the right. They have a little bit of concrete yet to power, but once they power that, I think it's gonna be maybe 3 or 4 days until they're done with the major work on the OLM. I think they're very, very close to finishing that up. And maybe by late next week, we could see maybe a first try, or maybe like very early the following week. We'll see.
Yeah, definitely have to keep our eye out. Again, keep an eye out on, of course, our Twitter, but also our live streams and things. And remember that we will need an overpressure notice for a static fire test. We'll need a road closure, of course. The pad will need to get cleared of equipment. You don't want to destroy, your light post or your, vent hoses, things along those lines. They'll need to clear away from the pad. So that's another indicator that potentially a static fire will be happening soon. So thank you for the support there, Alfredo. We appreciate that. Taras here again with a $5 super chat saying, with Booster 9's new electric thrust vectoring, would they test moving that around a bit during the 10-second or so static fire? Well, I mean, Alex, they can do unpowered gimbal tests, right? They don't need to be firing the engines to do those.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so it's definitely something they've done before. I would be shocked, honestly, if by now they haven't been doing gimbal testing of Booster 9 on the pad. I would assume that would have happened at some point. So, yeah, I mean, I guess in theory they could gimbal it around during a static fire, but I don't really think there's a need to. Thank you for support, though, Taras. We appreciate that. Now, Alex, checking in on what we're looking at on the stream here, has we seen any further indications for them moving along the countdown, or is this kind of the waiting period of the tests? I don't see any venting from the engines themselves. The frost lines look pretty stable. I think they might be about done propellant loading. Any other indicators here where we would be in the countdown?
Well, I think they're still growing up, and also one of the other indicators that we see when they stop propellant load is the return of the OLM vents, because once they stop the propellant load, basically, as long as there's propellant flowing through the cryopipes between the booster and the ground systems, you will not see that OLM vent. Now, if they stop, you will see that OLM vent. If for whatever reason they start draining back the liquids on the especially for the liquid oxygen tank, which is the one that is rated with the OLM vent, if we see that OLM vent stop after it has already started and the booster is frosty, usually it means that they have started the drain back. Obviously, there are other indicators such as the frost going down and things like that we see that kind of stuff, but so far, they are still loading, it seems. Very, very slowly, though, because they're probably, since they're loading both here right now at the same time at a very fast pace for both, it actually seems like lower because you have to distribute the power and things like that. So it's not really that fast. But yeah, if you do a little bit of an A/B test, it's still growing just very slightly.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Alex. I appreciate that. And again, if there's anything that's happening while I'm speaking, please interrupt me because I don't want to miss any testing or any big indicators.
I'm looking right now at the engines because the problem is after the flight, they have remodeled the whole pad. I'm not even sure right now where they dump the engine chill because they have this engine chill for each engine, right? And they collect that and then they dump it like many meters from the OLM. Right now, I'm not even seeing that kind of venting from where it usually was. I'm not even sure if it's still there, or even the pipes for that, or anything like it. So right now, it's very complicated because a lot of things have changed from the last flight with all of the repairs and everything. So it's kind of complicated to tell whether that venting there that we see under the engines is actually from the engine chill, or it is related with just because the bottom of the booster is cold, which could be another reason why it is just venting. Because usually, when we see those engines being very, very cold, you see a lot more venting, more condensation. Whereas there, we see more like a trickling there in the middle of the booster, like one single thing there. So that's why I'm kind of doubting that it is a full-on engine chill thing that we see here. We'll see what happens. That's why I'm keeping an eye on them.
So if we are going for a spin prime, they would only need to chill the engine or engines that they're going to be spin priming, right? So if this is, say, a 3-engine spin prime, we're not going to see all 33 engines venting. Is that correct?
Yeah, it will probably be something where we see all the engines venting. We actually saw that, with some of the testing that we saw with Booster 7 for the first flight. It was very heavy venting, and it was pretty much almost engulfed. Now, I'm not really sure if things might have changed with Booster 9 because it also has different shields and things like that. Might be different configuration. I'm not fully sure, but this is the really exciting part of testing a new vehicle, that then you see new things, you learn a lot of more things, not only SpaceX but also us, for future testing, which is neat.
Definitely. It's fun because, like you said, this has been a near complete rebuild of the OLM pad systems. Of course, the structure is the same and the basic concept is the same, but they've been doing a ton of upgrades and maintenance and things along those lines to the OLM so far. And this is kind of going to be a new benchmark for future testing. It occurred to me, like while you were talking there, Alex, this is the first major booster testing we've seen on the pad since the first integrated flight test. So pretty big milestone today, even just to get these propellants into the booster. And I feel like today's test is honestly maybe even mostly just to validate that the pad systems are all working now. Any thoughts there, Alex, real quick, and then I'll move along?
Yeah, it's being a very changing thing here, and yeah, I'm not fully sure if we're gonna see any sort of the traditional indications that we saw previously. We might see them coming back though once they finish all the OLM work.
Gotcha. Thank you as always, Alex. And again, we're going to keep our eyes on the engines there. I'm going to try to do that as well between questions. First off, I want to thank Mark's Astronomy. They became a red team member. Thank you very much. I assume your name's Mark. Thank you very much. We appreciate that support. Daniel here tipping 10 Swiss francs. Thank you very much, Daniel. We appreciate that. And they're saying you make an excellent job. And they enjoy our footage, and they're saying thank you. Well, thank you very much, Daniel, for the support. Thank you for the 10 Swiss francs. The Frazzled Life Fix has become a red team member. Thank you very much. We hope you enjoy all the cool perks that come along with being a member. Check 2 with a $5 super chat saying, is the road closed to Boca Chica Beach? Is SpaceX now closing the roads on weekends as well? This is the first time they see or heard of a road closure on a weekend. And yes, as you can see in the bottom right camera, thank you very much. I believe Tanner's operating us right now. The sheriff is at the roadblock there, so we can tell that the road is closed, the beach is closed, and I was actually at a question here in the queue. This is a Saturday road and beach closure, which is very, very uncommon in the summertime because, Boca Chica Beach is a public beach. It's very popular in the Brownsville area. SpaceX only has limited numbers of road closures for the summer months. They are using one of their very limited kind of beach closure opportunities for the summer on weekends here. So shows that this test is high priority and they're trying to move as fast as they possibly can. You can see a vehicle there at the roadblock. Do we know what that is? Is that just like a truck waiting or a new sheriff vehicle?
They sometimes have a couple of vehicles there. We usually joke that they come in and serve them donuts.
I mean, they are out there for several hours at a time, especially during the longer windows. So would not surprise me. I hope they have some drinks and food out there for sure. So yeah, thank you for the support check too. We appreciate that. Stephen Bullington here with a $5 super chat saying, do you guys think they'll test the splash pad with Raptors at full throttle to verify it'll make it through a launch, or will they spray and pray? That's a good question. I like the phrase at the end. Yeah, I like that phrase. That is a good question, though. I didn't really think of that. I mean, I think they could maybe, but also I don't think we really know. Does the pad have like true hold downs that could withstand full thrust of the engines at launch, or I feel like I've heard somewhere that like they throttle the engines up to 100% to actually get off of the pad. There's no real hold downs in that regard. I could be totally misremembering there, but I could see it being a possibility. But I don't really think they would though, just because you don't want to damage it accidentally. Any thoughts, Alex? I don't really know what I'm saying. I'm kind of rambling there.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure either, because for testing they do have, for example, the clamps have They basically have a turnbuckle system where they can sort of lock them in place and not only have the clamps not only hold the booster and everything through the static fire test, but they also provide extra with those turnbuckles. They have extra loading resistance from those as well. Now, for example, for the launch, those clamps open several minutes before the liftoff. Like even before they go through the whole propellant sequence, while they're still loading propellant onto the booster and the ship, those clamps open. So their whole rocket is just standing on the arms themselves, on those 20 arms where those clamps are located. And so when those engines ramp up to full power and they cross that thrust-to-weight ratio of 1, that's when the rocket lifts off. It doesn't really, release any clamps or anything like, for example, Falcon 9. It does have clamps that hold it down together until it actually confirms engine health and things like that. But for example, the SLS doesn't have clamps either. It is not clamped to anything. It is not even bolted to anything. There are no explosive bolts like the shuttle. The shuttle actually used those just because they had like that twang at ignition. And hey, Chris. I mentioned shuttle.
Someone's getting a raise.
It's not
As,
really that dissimilar to those rockets.
As many DRM said here in chat, there are no hold downs, only hold ups. I guess that's what we should call them. They're hold ups. Thank you for
That's
that
a
many
good one.
DRM. Jim Cavett here with a 1 gifted red team membership. Thank you, Jim. We see you're a regular a lot there in chat, so thank you as always for that support. And S, very simply S, with a 200 yen super chat saying, really appreciate this live stream. Thank you so much. Well, we're glad that you appreciate it and you're finding it entertaining. Now, looking back here at the launch mount, Alex, we're still seeing the same kind of venting down there from the underneath the not mobile launcher. You got me thinking of SLS now. From underneath the orbital launch mount, that's just condensation coming off the propellant lines, right? Or is that actual some kind of venting underneath there?
Where exactly?
Just right behind the white pipes.
Oh, you mean under the booster? Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
That is from that. You can see though, because I thought you were mentioning the sort of venting condensation coming from the. You see that rusty leg on the OLM to the left. At the bottom, you can see some condensation coming up. That is where the main lines of propellant come from the tank farm up to the OLM, and then go all the way to the booster quick disconnect. So that's why you see there, because those pipes are not covered right now. They are in such a state right now of work at the pad that those pipes are not covered, and so you see some of that venting going off, some of that condensation, because they are cold. They are very cold pipes.
Gotcha. Thank you there, Alex. And again, we're keeping our eye there on the engine section for any engine venting. That'll be a signifier, I think that's a word, of engine chill, which is when they begin to flow propellants through the engines to cool them down and get them ready for, in theory, ignition, but we're not going to see any engine ignition today. So if we see venting coming from underneath the vehicle, kind of in regular patterns, that's a good indicator of some kind of engine testing happening today. And Alex, given that I'm a little out of the loop here on the exact countdown timeline, given that we began testing, what's it been, about like a half hour now? We've been live for about like a half hour or so. How far are we in the countdown? Are we getting close to what should be a T0?
Well, when they do the full countdown for a launch, it usually takes about an hour and a half for them to fully load the booster. We are seeing right here, excuse me, on the right view, for example, you can see that the liquid oxygen tank is probably about 40%. I'd say that maybe both are 40% fully loaded. Yeah, they are very, very loaded right now. I'm not sure when they might stop fueling, but it would be very funny if they loaded entirely and there was no sort of other kind of indication of that happening. Because for Booster 7, as I mentioned before, there were sort of evacuations, maybe partial or full, depending on how much propellant they loaded onto the booster. Because it's very dangerous when you have a lot of that propellant. The booster is like 3,400 tons of propellant. That's a lot of propellant. I think it is about 2 Falcon Heavies in terms of mass of propellant. So it is very, very heavy and very, potentially dangerous. So for those tests for Booster 7, we did see that kind of either partial or full evacuation of the village and the production side. So I'm not sure if they're going to be doing a full tank load on this one test, but it will be interesting to see if they actually do that.
Gotcha. We're gonna have to keep our eyes out there. I mean, it seems like they're slowly continuing propellant loading. Last I saw, it was about like 1/3 full on each tank. So now we're approaching half full. So maybe this is kind of an all-up booster wet dress rehearsal that we're looking at. Again, we don't know exactly what testing we're going to be seeing today. We're going to have to wait and see what happens at T0, if there even is a T0 here. But either way, very cool. I would assume, it doesn't surprise me, honestly, that they're doing, if they do a full wet dress rehearsal here, just to test out, like we've said, they've had to do a lot of upgrades and maintenance and repairs to the orbital launch mount, but also to the tank farm. They had to repair some of the cryo shells outside of the main liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen tanks, as well as probably doing some inspections and work here on the plumbing. So makes sense if you think about it. Let's see. Michael McGinley with a $5 super chat saying they love the idea of seeing a bottle of spray and pray carpet cleaner at the store. That does seem like an all-in-one stain cleaner kind of brand to me. That's a good idea, Michael. You should copyright that. Get on that. Best of luck with your endeavors there, and thank you for the support as always. Gray M has gifted 1 Red Team membership. Thank you very much for that, and we hope whoever got that Red Team membership enjoys it and all the perks that come alongside of it. Sai Kumar Reddy here saying, what are the white pipes coming up the OLM? I assume they're talking about the ones directly in center there. Alex, real quick, do you want to cover what those pipes there are used for? The large white vent tubes? Or
Yeah,
pipes?
those are hoses for ventilation inside of the OLM. You see that it is a very enclosed space, and so they usually want to have that so that they have ventilation coming in and coming out. So there are no issues with all of the stuff there.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Kind of reminds me of Booster 7's first test here at the OLM.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
R.I.P. White Tube 2022. Never forget.
A wild Jack has appeared.
Ooh,
Jack, you
and we
sound good
didn't
on the
say
audio
bacon.
side.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
How we doing, Jack? And with Jack's arrival here, unfortunately, Max had to deal with some technical issues outside of his control. So unfortunately, Max will have to dip out. I don't know, Max, if you can still hear us and talk, but thank you very much for hopping here on the beginning of the stream. I think I think Max is offline now, but Max is being replaced or filled in for by Jack. You know him, you love him for his photography down there in Boca. How are we doing today, Jack?
Doing good. Any day we test the booster is a good day. But really quick, Max, if you agree that the West Coast is the best coast, say nothing.
Your
All right,
Honor,
cool.
this is a kangaroo court.
Cool, you heard it first. He said nothing.
Jack,
Max agrees.
East Coast, best coast. Come on, guys. You don't have Wallops out there. I love Wallops. Anyway.
But yeah, back to the question you were just asking Alex about the white tubes. If you're familiar with one of my favorite YouTube channels, the United States Chemical Safety Board, you are probably familiar with the risk of asphyxiation hazards in enclosed spaces. So if, a bunch of nitrogen or something in, I was going to say inbreathable, something that is not oxygen, pools in an enclosed space, it only takes like one breath of bad air in order to essentially render you unconscious. So you have to, anytime you have an enclosed space that people are working in, you have to ventilate that space and forcibly pump in oxygen and remove other gases that humans don't breathe. So that is what those white tubes are there for. And yeah, we like not having asphyxiation hazards around our workers, so that's a good thing.
Absolutely, and that reminds me of, I believe, Chris will correct me if I'm wrong, I believe on STS-1, they were doing some pre-flight preparations. There were some crew in the aft section of the shuttle, not the shuttle crew, but like some maintenance crew.
Oh,
and there was not adequate ventilation. I believe a lot of nitrogen got pumped inside of there, and the crew, unfortunately, I believe 2 of the 3 of them asphyxiated in the back end of the shuttle. So very unfortunate, but a reminder that you need to have adequate ventilation, especially in a large tank like that is filled with methane most of the time, or again cleaned out with nitrogen. So there's not a lot of oxygen in there. You really don't want oxygen in some of these tanks, so you need to have a good ventilation system. And with a tiny hatch like that hatch alone will not give you good ventilation, so you have to have tubing like that.
Yeah, and Michael in chat is asking, is it nitrogen or propellant? It's anything. It's any... or they're probably asking about the tanks and not about asphyxiation hazards.
I was just about to ask that. Alex, what are the indicators? Are there any indicators that the propellants in the tank right now are actually methane and oxygen, or are we just kind of assuming that? Could it be nitrogen in those tanks right now?
Well, let's start with the could it be? Yes, it could be. Now, the reason why we think it is methane, though, well, when I say it could be, is that yes, they can do like a cryo test with liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen, for example, and that will be okay. Now, the reason why we think in this test in particular they're probably using methane is because of the usage of certain ground systems. In the case of this test, they're using the methane subcoolers, which basically means that the methane is cooled down under its boiling point, under its boiling temperature, so that it's even colder than its boiling temperature. And also because right now we haven't seen it, but we have seen it in the past as the build-up to this test, that the recondenser for the methane has been venting. There's a little vent right, like all the way to the right here on your view, where those two little white tanks are there. There's like a little vent that is in between, and that's sort of the vent that we see when the recondenser is active. Now, normally you don't see the recondenser fully active when they're loading methane, because at least here on the orbital tank farm, it's different on this orbital tank farm. There's different kinds of rules that apply there in terms of what to expect. Here we don't expect venting while they're loading methane onto the booster, or even once they stop once they stop loading, we actually may not still expect that venting. Maybe it comes a little bit before. And no, they do not vent methane. That venting is really with a methane recondenser, but it is nitrogen basically, because it's part of the system of the recondenser.
Very cool. Thank you very much. Question here, I'm going to toss this actually to you, Jack, because you just hopped in. From Mark's photos and videos saying, will the flight termination system be used, I guess they assume be flown on Ship 25 and Booster 9. So do we know anything about that, Jack? I know you were out there the other day.
Will the flight termination system be used for Ship 25 and Booster 9? I mean, they have a flight termination system. Like, the question of will they be used to me means, will they be used in flight? And we don't know that until they fly. But yeah, there is a flight termination system on them, and I guess you could say they will be used in order to ensure that if the booster needs to be turned into confetti, it will be turned into confetti on demand and not like 45 seconds later. So I don't know. Does that answer the question sufficiently?
I'd say so, and I can kind of rephrase it a bit too. Do you know, Jack, if they're going to have a different flight termination system? Have you seen anything different on the booster?
This is the part where I ask Alex. Alex, is it just 10 that had the additional charge, or was it 9 that had the additional charge as well?
9. It is 9. Yep. You actually got really good shots of that extra charges.
Got it. So yeah. So we did see when Booster 9 was parked at the Rocket Garden, I was able to get a shot of the FTS system, and there is the addition of a third charge. So the FTS system, if you don't know, is essentially a bomb or an explosive right at the common dome of the vehicle, and it is designed to essentially shred the vehicle, cause the mixing of the two propellants, and an explosion that destroys the vehicle thoroughly and completely. We did not see that happen basically on demand on the first flight. If you remember, they activated the FTS, and it took quite a while of the vehicle leaking before there was a RUD. So I guess it wouldn't even be a RUD. It would be a scheduled disassembly. So, anyways, so yeah, the flight termination system on 9 is upgraded. We did see that there was a test at Massey's of a test tank with a flight termination charge on it. So
some venting from the liquid oxygen tank.
Yep.
Oh, hey. Nice.
No, that looks like some sustained... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, if that vent keeps going for a good amount of time, that might be, an indicator of a hold or an abort or something like that. But that was a short-ish vent, so I don't think that's an indicator of anything really here. Now, again, this is especially a test like this, I would assume is a very fluid countdown. We've seen SpaceX hold before during testing, during static fires before, wet dress rehearsals, things like that. It would not surprise me if, this test with a brand new vehicle, a very much recently upgraded orbital pad, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a few holds along the way. So this is not going to be a super fluid countdown. We're going to have to, you'll have to bear with us a little bit here on that front.
That said, I feel like it's already been a pretty rapid morning. And hopefully we see them progress into testing relatively smoothly. You never know.
Gotcha. And real quick, while we have an opportunity here before the testing gets really going, we can see the tanks are a little over half full now, which is great to see. I want to real quick plug shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I mentioned it earlier in the stream a few times. It's one of the best ways to support us. And I said there's some new things coming. There is a very new thing coming. A lot of you may know about this already, but our full stack Starship plushie is beginning shipping. If not now, very, very, very soon. Like, they are done, like pretty much done with production now.
They're finally in the U.S., right? Like the shipping, which is
Yes.
one of the longest lead time things, is complete. They're in the U.S. They're ready to be shipped. So hooray!
Yeah, Chris says they are now in the States, and in the coming days they'll be shipped to those who haven't who have pre-ordered. You're going to get notified automatically when that happens. So if you have a pre-order, keep an eye out on your email, the email that you put into the shop, and you'll get notified when it starts shipping. It should be in the next few days. So hang tight and get excited. You can see right there, this is a pretty sizable plushie. I mean, banana for scale right there. It's 22 inches high. This is not like, a little handheld thing. This is a full stack plushie, and we mean business. So there's still a few of them available, I do believe, over on shop.nasaspaceflight.com, but stock is limited and going fast, so if you want to get one, be sure to go now and go get one. So once again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, our full stack Starship plushies. They do separate, of course. There's Velcro on the bottom of the ship and the top of the booster, so you could have a separate booster and separate ship or stack it all together however you want to do it. Will be a great addition to have on hand ahead of the next integrated flight test. So thank you to everyone who's pre-ordered. We really appreciate all that support, and we appreciate your patience as well. We know it's been a bit of a wait, especially with a few supplier issues here and there, but we're glad they're finally shipping out, and hopefully they'll be in your hands in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and like you said, if you want one, do not wait. Order it now. I don't want to get any DMs from people saying, "Oh, I wanted to get one. Do you have any extras?" or anything like that. Because I'll be sad. Because you'll be sad. Because you didn't order one and they were gone. So they're not gone yet. So if you want one now, get one now. Do not delay.
I mean, there's been so much demand. We're not going to be really keeping any on hand as extras, as far as I know. So again, be sure to grab that and grab it before the next full stack, so you could stack one yourself. Now, looking back at the testing on screen here, looks like we're a little over halfway full on the liquid oxygen tank, about 2/3 full on the methane tank. Alex, it kind of feels like they might be going for a full propellant load here. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that makes me wonder whether because we actually talked about all of the tank farm activity and things like that. It is true that sometimes that can sort of bite on our back, so to speak. Because really, once they start loading all of these, one starts wondering whether it's actually methane or not that they're loading, right? Because it's like, maybe it's just liquid nitrogen. And that has happened once in the past, where we were actually looking for a Booster 7 test, and they were like, oh yeah, we're going to spool up the methane side of the tank farm, we're going to kind of fool you, and things like that. And then they went for a full load on the booster, which was like, what? Right? And then when they detanked the booster, it was the nitrogen side of the tank farm that went active. Because when they detank, if they use liquid nitrogen, you have to drain back all of, like, there's a little bit that boils off and escapes into the atmosphere, but they drain back the great majority of it. So when they drain back that nitrogen, the ground tanks start venting, because they start pumping in, and so you have to drop the pressure inside of the ground tanks, and so you basically you see that venting coming from the ground tanks. So we might see that today. If we see that, then it's probably a total confirmation that it is indeed liquid nitrogen. But we'll still keep watching and see what happens, and hey, I'm all for it.
Gotcha. And we got some more venting there coming from the top of the liquid oxygen tank. Seems to be just little pressure management venting. Also, doing some quick A/B testing here. It looks like they're still continuing propellant loading on both tanks right now. So looks like maybe we're going for a full flight load here. It's going to be very interesting to see that. I'm not seeing any venting from the engines themselves. Alex or Jack, am I missing anything there, you think?
No, I think we're still in the condensation coming from the cold underside of the booster phase, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't see any. Excuse me, if I could speak clearly, I don't see any true engine chill vents coming here. It might just be a wet dress rehearsal for today, for all we know.
Hmm.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so far, I mean, we were sort of looking for a spin prime, but right now it's kind of looking like they're gonna fully load the whole booster right now, or maybe it's partially, but you can see there the levels of frost, right? The liquid oxygen is pretty much like 50%. Maybe the tank, the methane tank, it is maybe about 60% full. It is very full right now.
Yeah, this is way more frost than I expected to see on today's test. The last time they filled this much up on a booster, I believe they had to evacuate the village, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So this is quite a test today. I mean, that is tons and tons and tons. Dare I say, hundreds of tons, hundreds of tons of it's tons of tons. Wow, Alex. There's a lot of propellants on board that vehicle right now, so nothing to shake a stick at. It does make me wonder if it's LN2 up in the methane tank or not, but yeah, interesting either way.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually what I was wondering before, that once, because if it's a little bit, you're like, oh well, yeah, it's probably methane, right? And they're gonna do some spin prime. But if they haven't been doing any sort of evacuation of the village or of the production site or anything like that, it might be that they are using part of the methane tank farm for that kind of loading, for the liquid nitrogen loading, and that's what they're loading on the methane tank. For the oxygen tank, they can pretty much load the same liquid oxygen, because it's not really a big deal. So yeah, it kind of makes me wonder, and the more they fill that tank, the more I'm convinced it's gonna be liquid nitrogen. The key, sort of like the last confirmation, will be once they start draining back those tanks, and we'll see the ground tanks venting. If it is pretty much the nitrogen tanks, then yeah. And in this view, we can actually see those ground tanks. The nitrogen tanks are actually, so you see those 4 white tanks on the foreground. The nitrogen tanks are the 2 in the middle, and so you can see the one on the left of those 2 has like some kind of pipe going up, and that has like a vent that goes to the sides. When that vent is going off pretty much during the drain back, then you can expect that that's what they're draining back, that they're draining back the liquid nitrogen.
And what an amazing, amazing shot this is. Not only the ground venting there and the condensation, but the booster venting coming up from the chine right there in the liquid oxygen tank. I love that like little vortex we're getting there. This is such a great shot. You can see towards the bottom of the booster, you have a little bit of downward venting. On the liquid oxygen tank, there's a bit coming upward and then downward from the methane tank. There's so much going on here. It's such a dynamic environment. It is so cool to see all of this again after a few months of no vehicle testing on the pads. Or no extreme vehicle testing on the orbital pad. Awesome, love that. And we see got some more support here from people in chat. Austin here has upgraded to a launch director member. Thank you so much for that, Austin. We really appreciate all of that support. That's going to go a long way to helping us out there. Ribby here with a $5 super chat saying, are all the gases in the tank vented out as they are being displaced by the liquid oxygen / CH4? And yes, I believe that they are vented out, or I think it's more that they are brought out through piping as the propellants are loaded in. The tank vents are just to kind of handle pressure from the boil off of the propellants. Is that kind of correct, Alex, you would say? The tank vents are really just to deal with the propellant boil off and the pressure that brings. Is that correct?
Yeah, normally when you see something being vented, it is either nitrogen or oxygen. Usually the methane is not vented because it not only has some hazard component to it, but you also have the sort of side of pollution being an issue with that as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, you don't want to vent pure methane to the atmosphere. The EPA would not be your friend that day. Thank you for your support, though, Ribby. We appreciate that. John here with a storm message saying for their 1-year-old future astronaut Lucas to the moon. Well, we hope that Lucas enjoys the full stack plushie that you just got them, and I hope you enjoy it as well. Thank you very much, John. Nikon's in space with a $5 super chat saying FTS equals RODD, rapid on-demand assembly, or disassembly, I should say. And yeah, I think that's a neat way, a very concise way to say that. So thank you very much, Nikon. Charles has gifted 5 Red Team memberships, and Jim Cavett has gifted 1 Red Team membership. So thank you to the two of you for all of that. We really appreciate that. Starship 24 with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much for that support. We appreciate that. We know you're a regular in our chat. And Gene here.
I thought I just saw some interesting venting. Yeah, there's like. Did you see that vent from underneath the mount? Go back like 5 seconds. What was that?
Let me see that. Am
I just hallucinating here? What was that?
Let me do a quick little look back here.
I saw
the leg.
Yeah, was that from the leg?
That was a shadow from the liquid oxygen tank vent.
Thank you.
Yep, I saw that before, and that
Oh,
kind of
you mean the one on the tower, right?
No, it looked like it was underneath the mount on the left side of our view here, the left box.
But it was like a shadow
on the leg.
Hang on, I'm trying to find it.
Because we were talking before that since the leg on the left has the propellant lines that go up into the OLM, and those are not covered yet, and so you can see some of that venting coming off because it's condensation coming off from all the very cold stuff that is flowing through them.
It's like a high pressure. Look at the thing in the back channel. Okay. Ian's saying it's a shadow.
Yeah, it definitely is. I saw that before, and I was a little tripped up, but yeah, that's a shadow casting onto the orbital launch mount.
So the way that the sun angle is, the shadow from the LOX vent higher up on the booster is being cast on the base of the shadow. Interesting.
Gotcha. Very cool there. And again, look at the top of the left-hand camera view, the liquid oxygen tank, the condensation coming off. That is just so cool to see it wrapping around the chines like that.
Yeah.
There, it's doing it again.
Yep, that is the tank vent.
This venting is very normal because as they load that propellant onto the tank, you're basically compressing the whole gas that you still have in the tank, right? So you need to release some of that pressure as you keep loading, and as we saw with all of these full propellant loads that we saw with Booster 7 and things like that, what basically happens is that as it reaches the top of the tank, you see a lot of venting from the top of the tank to release that last bit of gas that is sort of at the top, sort of like a can of soda or something, and you need to release that little last bit of gaseous of gas that remains on the tank. So that venting will keep happening as they keep loading the tanks.
Yeah, right. Like liquid is not compressible, and you need to get rid of some of that head there at the top of the tank in order to pump more liquid in. I guess the gas would be compressible, but either way, that's not how that works.
No, it is totally, because since the pressure. So basically, as you load more liquid, the gas is still the same amount in terms of mass, but it is now covering a less like a smaller volume. Right, and so its density increases, its pressure increases, and so you're basically increasing the pressure on the tank, essentially. So you want to get rid of that extra pressure because you don't need it. And so as you keep loading that liquid, you need to release the gas, precisely because of what you said, because the gas can compress, unlike the liquid. Technically, liquids can still be compressed, just it takes a lot of effort to be able to compress a lot of that liquid. So they are nearly incompressible.
Every time I see this vent shadow, I'm like, it looks like it's coming from the ventilation tubes. I don't know. I need to I just need to override the part of my brain that's like, new thing! And it's like, no, it's just a shadow, buddy.
Awesome. And we have a lot of support coming in, a lot of plushie orders from the store. So first off, thank you to everyone for all of that. Nico here with a store message saying something to hug when the next one flies. Hello from Berlin, Germany. And thank you for that plushie order, Nico. We hope you appreciate that. Gene here is saying that they got a full stack plushie for Archer. Well, I hope Archer enjoys it, Gene. And we know that he really did like the plain Starship plushie we released about a year or two ago, and we hope this one is enjoyed as well. So hope you're doing well, Gene, and we hope Archer is living it up right now.
Yeah, I know Archer is a sick puppy, and it's the curse of having pets that you have to eventually say goodbye to them. But definitely hope the plushie arrives on time, and either way, thank you, Gene, for the order.
Absolutely, thank you, Gene.
Hang in there.
Yeah.
Definitely. We wish you all the best.
Yeah, when I see his post, I really think about him, because I had a very similar situation, so it's really hurtful.
Absolutely.
Hang in there.
Definitely. Thank you for the support as always, Gene. You've been a great support for the channel. David here with a storm message saying, plush boy, can't wait to see this plushy boy. Well, thank you very much for supporting us by purchasing a plush from the store. Tony Z in chat saying, for the NSF team, do you think SpaceX will use a liquid-cooled plate on top of the OLM? With Elon's comments about Raptors being the world's biggest blowtorch. Well, I would say, given that they haven't installed one, that there's no need for one. I think that if they did need to do it, they would have done it already, given that they've already put the water-cooled plate in place underneath. Maybe for future builds they might do that for long-term viability of the pad, but I just don't think they see it as being that necessary right now. But thank you for the support, and we appreciate the question. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing with a $2 super chat saying, any update on Danger Van? Jack, any updates on that? Or is she still in storage?
Yeah, I don't think I'm authorized to read anyone into what's going on there at the moment, but there are developments happening. But as of right now, I don't know that we're ready to talk about any of that yet.
Okay, so this is related to putting Danger Van on top of the next Starship flight as a test payload. That's correct, or I should
right. Instead of a Tesla Roadster, it's going to be Danger Van, just flying to Pluto orbit. I don't know.
That would be the most janky thing. Imagine going from an electric sports car to a half-destroyed rusty van. I love the visual of that.
Someone in chat says, "Plushy Danger Van," you say? And I think I heard Adrian groaning.
We got to release Hot Wheels, a little die-cast car.
That would be sick, honestly. We just get a whole bunch of Hot Wheels minivans, and then we just hit them with a hammer, put them in a box, and ship them out.
You have DOS at a table, it's like wham, wham, wham. We get a little pebble from the side of the road and toss it in the back. Okay, we got a good idea there. But thank you. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. We appreciate that. Musical Wolves, a very regular in the chat with a $5 super chat saying they love the smell of tests bright and early in the morning, as do all of us. It's great to see some testing back on the Orbital Launch Pad. And look at that shot on the right. Speaking of testing, we're almost full on propellants, it looks like, and the venting and condensation just looks gorgeous to me. Great, amazing shots right there. I can't wait to see the time lapse of all of this propellant.
Look at all. Oh, I cannot even talk. I was gonna say, look at all that ice coming down from the booster. It's amazing.
Yeah,
that's wild.
What a shot there, and some continuous venting, or not continuous, but continuing to vent there from the liquid oxygen tank. Totally normal in these kind of tests. And what's interesting to me is that I haven't seen any venting from the methane tank. Unless there's just very tiny venting. I haven't really seen any. Have any of you guys spotted any?
I'm gonna refrain from any vent observations for a little bit, seeing as I mistook a shadow for a vent. So
fair.
I'm just gonna pull my credentials there for a solid 30 minutes.
In the shadow of the vent.
Total eclipse of the vent.
Oh god.
Oh no, that sounds like an NSF karaoke thing.
We do have a question in chat from Fingers. Don't forget, if you want to ask a question and have it be answered, at NASASpaceflight in chat, but it just so happens that I'm looking at chat also, so I can answer this one. Fingers is asking, why do the Chines have a hole on top? It's not a hole, it's a Starlink antenna, I think. Right, Alex?
Is that the drone next to the booster? I see like a little black speck.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yep, it's flying away right now.
Yeah, those are Starlink antennas that it has on the top. It used to have it only on 2 of the Chines because the other 2 were smaller in size. We kind of explained that on a previous episode of Starbase Live, hosted by you, Jack. But yeah, basically now all of the 4 Chines on the booster are the same size, and so all of them have that Starlink antenna at the top to communicate with the Starlink.
Although I will say, some of them, like some of the holes, or not holes, some of those black circles look different than what we've seen. So maybe they have like a different thermal protection or something on some of them. Like they're not uniform. I don't know. I took a whole bunch of super high res images of Booster 9 when I could, when it was at the Rocket Garden, and yeah, each of the 4 Chines now has those little black circles. I don't know that they're all exactly the same, but yeah, interesting to point out. And yeah, also you mentioned, Alex, the Chines. Another difference between Booster 9 and previous boosters, besides the deletion of the HPU and the addition of electric TVC and more FTS, the Chines on Booster 9 are all the same size. There's not like little Chines and big Chines. They're all big Chines here.
Yeah. They asked us...
Yeah, go ahead.
Big what?
Nothing.
What were you going to say?
Nothing, go ahead.
Say some joke.
I'll DM you, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we were asked before, way back at the beginning of the live stream, whether, like, what are the changes? And I sort of explained just the shields, because just the shields alone, you got a lot of things to say, right, about that. So there's a lot of things that have changes. Jack mentioned the HPUs, the hydraulic power units. Basically, the Chines are now all the full size. There are other differences as well. Now, could we go through all of those? Maybe, but maybe we'll have to make some kind of video about the differences between Booster 7 and Booster 9, because that probably, it's a better condensation of those facts and sort of summary of all the changes.
Yeah,
but
we
look
definitely
at that.
need right. Look at that shot. The absolute tsunami of ground support equipment venting right there. The condensation from the vehicle, the clouds, the blue sky. That's metal print worthy. I would feel. I'd have that on my wall. That's gorgeous. And Ship 25.
Not everything is a metal print.
Jack, it could be a metal print if it wants to be. All right.
Okay, fine, fair.
Okay, I want it to be.
What if we print on the metal?
Well, that's what we do. That's what we do here at NSF.
I think Alex just had like an epiphany.
But
here.
is it printed metal or a print on the metal? Okay, let's keep going.
Chat is now just making up Chine rhymes at this point, which is pretty amusing.
I like big Chines that I cannot lie.
We have a ton of support here coming in, especially through the store. So first off, thank you to everyone who's purchased through the store. We're going to read through some store messages. So yeah, there's a little blank there when you're checking out to leave a store message that'll pop up on stream. I'm going to be reading a few of those right now. Anonymous here with a store message saying their son Owen loves watching your videos and streams. Hopefully he enjoys the Starship plushie too. Well, I hope that he does as well. And thank you for your support there. Austin with a store message saying, Godspeed Starship, plain and simple. Thank you very much, Austin. And we hope you enjoy your plushie as well. Martin says their plush has been ordered. Their son, 2 years old, is going to flip. I hope not flip and burn, just plain flip. They're saying thank you for all of the coverage, and you are welcome.
Aw, flip and burn. I miss Chris G. Chris G, if you're out there, we love you, buddy.
You're doing great, Chris. We're very happy for you. Justin here purchased 5 items from the store saying, thanks for all that you do. Could they spin prime with liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen?
No?
I don't think so, no.
I wouldn't feel...
You do need to have the minor amount of ignition in your liquid oxygen pre-burner to do an actual spin prime, so you can't, ignite stuff with nitrogen. Also, yeah, thank you for all 5 of your purchases in the store there, Justin. Quite an array of things you're going to be getting for sure. A bunch of stickers, shirts, booster plushies as well, I believe. And a metal print. Very nice.
I should mention, I have a large amount of stickers. So if you happen to be in Starbase and you can find me. I'll give you a sticker.
Nice.
Oh.
What's up, Alex?
No, I mentioned that. Yeah, it's neat.
Oh, yeah. It's always great to meet up with Jack. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Leander here with a store message saying, "Thank you for the great coverage. Greetings from Germany." Thank you very much, Leander. We appreciate your support, and thank you for purchasing a Starship full stack plushie. Starship 24 with a $1 super chat. Thank you very much for that. And $10 from James L. Thank you, James. We appreciate that. Saying, "Can't wait for the static fire." I cannot either. I think it's going to be a little bit of a wait, I think. But, every little test along the way is definitely, big progress. Like we said, they've done a lot of renovation and repair work and upgrade work on the entire Orbital Launch Mount facility. So a lot of things that they need to test. So it might be a minute before we get to a static fire. But definitely keep your eyes peeled on the Twitter, on YouTube if we do any live streams, for any closure notices and overpressure notices. Daniel here, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Nick has a store message here. Thank you very much, Nick. Let's see what they got. Saying another one for the pups. I assume they got a full stack plushie. So many plushie orders here. Now, Alex, looks like we're full on liquid methane there, or just about full. Does that look like it to you?
Yeah, and we should expect maybe depends on what the booster wants to do. But certainly when we saw this kind of testing back with Booster 7, there was heavy venting from those vents at the top of the methane tank, because right now they're getting right there at the top. And as we mentioned before, as they basically reach that top of the tank, they need to vent the remaining gas in order to keep pumping liquid, so they can keep going up and up, pretty much almost to the top. They always leave a little bit of gas up there so that it is not fully just liquid. They leave a little bit of room for that boil off of the cryogenic. But definitely, we might see some heavy venting. We see a little bit of venting there coming up from that methane tank, but definitely might be more venti in just a few minutes as they reach the top. Same thing for the oxygen tank as well. We'll see what happens.
Really astounding, like a huge amount of propellant loaded into this vehicle. I mean, like I said earlier, and some more venting. I did not expect this much propellant to be loaded on the booster for today's test. This is quite an interesting situation.
Definitely, this was surprising for me. I thought we'd just get a little puddle of each liquid oxygen and methane, and then maybe a spin prime. But it looks like they're going straight for a full wet dress rehearsal on the booster itself. Very cool. Daniel, sorry, you already read that one out. Samuel saying, "You guys are amazing. Here is to OFT2, or I guess IFT2. You should be calling it the integrated flight test." They got a Starship orbital flight test patch. Nice. Yeah, and like I said, keep your eyes out ahead of the second
no spoilers.
Integrated flight test.
No spoilers.
Spoilers. Thank you, Samuel. We appreciate that. Mikhail here was saying, "Full stack for their soon-to-be 2-year-old son, or soon-to-be 2-year young." Hope early happy birthday to them, I guess, and we hope they enjoy their full stack plushie. Vanishing Image with a $5 super chat saying, "Let's just give the construction and SpaceX crews who made this possible in a short turnaround. Also, great job, NSF." Yeah, they've been absolutely killing it out there at the orbital pad, doing so many renovations and upgrades and repairs. I mean, Jack, you've seen it firsthand. It's crazy out there most of the time, right?
Yeah, I was just talking to Chief the other day and sort of wrapping our heads around what we've seen in the last 3 months, because in case you forgot, it's been 3 months and 3 days since the first integrated flight test, and I didn't think it was going to go this fast. And if anything, it seems like work has sped up since the integrated flight test. And not even just the construction crews at the pad, but also the testing. I mean, we saw a ship and a booster at Massey's before they moved the booster back. We have a ship and a booster at the launch site. We have all of the work going on at the production site. I mean, it's absolute. The pace is frenetic. Like, it's absolutely astounding. And just to go back to where the question started, the work done at the Orbital Launch Mount and on the foundation and installing the Deluge plate, all of that was just extraordinarily rapid, at least to my untrained eye. So really props to everybody who got, I mean, surely long hours and lots of blood, sweat, and tears to get all of that installed. So good on all of them. Thank you to all of them for helping us make humanity multiplanetary just a little bit faster.
Absolutely. And again, testing is continuing. Looks like propellant loading is still happening. The methane tank is more or less full. Liquid oxygen tank is making its way up there. I'd say it's about like 90% full.
You know what? It just occurred to me as I was talking. They redid a large amount of the foundation underneath the Orbital Launch Mount. I do wonder to what extent today is like a revalidation of the mount itself being able to hold the weight of a fully fueled booster. Because it's, Alex, what did you say it was the other day? Like 5,000 or 6,000 tons fully fueled?
Yeah, 5,000. And they're sort of expecting to go up to 6,000 in later iterations.
Yeah, so, I mean, it can be hard to wrap your head around the scale of things, especially if you have not seen them in person, but yeah, there's an extraordinarily large amount of mass on that mount right now. Just wanted to point that out. Anyways, sorry, Ian, go ahead.
No, all good, Jack. This is a conversation stream again. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I think a lot of this test here is a validation of the pad systems. Like you said, the structure of the pad, definitely for sure. But also the plumbing, the electrical, the data connections, the pumps, the tank farm, all of that's coming together for this. I don't think that we don't think we ever saw a booster only wet dress rehearsal like this for Booster 7. So I would imagine they're doing this for Booster 9 just to test out the pad systems. This is a very unique test style here. So yeah, definitely something very interesting. Now, Lorenzo here asking a little while ago, but they're saying, isn't it unusual for a test like this to take place on Sunday? They can't recall any other tests on the weekend like this. Alex, it's kind of abnormal for them to do weekend testing, right? Because they only have limited windows a year to do summer weekend testing.
It is really rare to see that, but it is true that they have exceptions. I think it is 5 closures on weekends every year, I think. Not fully sure the actual full language on the documentation, but I think it is 5 of them across a whole year. And well, we're already past the halfway of the year, and they haven't really used one of these testing closures for a weekend, so might as well use it now.
Yeah, and just to sort of tie it back into what we were talking about a minute ago, the pace out here is, it just seems like it's increased since the first flight, which, you know, maybe some other companies or like Old Space, you know, they would launch once and then spend a whole bunch of time reviewing the data and not doing much and just everything frozen and it would take forever. Not so in Starbase. I mean, the fact that we are, like, I don't want to say rushing, but rapidly moving into a testing flow with Booster 9. It's not like they rolled it out to the launch site and then waited a week to get everything up and going. Like, nope, they roll it out and now they're testing it. It's wild, and it just goes to show that SpaceX wants to get the next flight under its belt, and the next one after that, and the next one after that, and hopefully we start to see Starships launch extremely rapidly pending successful Deluge system activation and it doing what they want it to do.
I hope so. We also see some venting there coming from the top of the methane tank. The liquid oxygen tank is rapidly filling up, about getting close to like 90% filled on that tank. So yeah, definitely going for a full vehicle tanking test here today, which is exciting to see. Another milestone for Booster 9. See, moving on to the next question. Jack, so you've been down there, you've been seeing some of the construction work, although this might have happened before you got there. James here is asking, have they completed the electrical lines to the orbital pad and no longer need to use generators? So I saw them doing a lot of electrical work on the side of the pad, you know, digging trenches and things like that. Is that for electrical, do you remember?
Yeah, I think it is. The entire one side of Highway 4 has, all the way up to the wilderness boundary, has sort of been torn up and trenched, and they've laid a whole bunch of high voltage power cables and some, oh my god, what are they called?
Fiber optics?
Vaults. No, vaults. I don't know if they did fiber or not. I assume they did, but I don't know. But vaults, like big concrete cubes that they sink into the ground every couple 100 feet so that they can access the cabling. So a lot of work has been done, and in fact, those previously for the integrated flight test, there were, I think, 4 or 5, like 1.5, I want to say kilowatt. That's probably not a lot. I don't know about electricity. Can you tell? There was large semi-truck sized generators at the launch site next to the orbital tank farm, and those are no longer there. So I think there are still some smaller generators on site, but at this point it appears that the majority of the power that they need, they do not need to get from those generators. I think work on those power lines is still ongoing. I do see workers still running cabling and whatnot. So I don't know that it's fully functional, but either way, for sure, those semi-truck sized generators, 4 or 5 of them that used to be by the orbital tank farm, are no longer there. So they have to be getting that power from somewhere else.
Yep, and that's good because, those generators are not as, environmentally friendly as, especially the solar farm, but also grid power because, local power generation is never going to be that efficient. Now we're continuing to see some very powerful venting from the liquid oxygen tank. It looks like the vents are kind of picking up there in intensity as we get closer to a full propellant load. Now, Alex, during a test like this, is there really a T0 they're counting down to, or are they just fill the tanks and drain the tanks? We don't care when or how.
Well, they might be working towards some kind of T0 of sorts. We don't really know which one it is, but judging by when it started, the propellant load, we might be approaching that T0 really, really soon, because they started the load at around 10:16 p.m. or so, so we're already past the 1 hour 30 minute point, and we're actually getting close to the 2 hour point. So we're probably, within just a few minutes of that full propellant load on booster 9. I still need to get used to saying booster 9 because it's been so long saying booster 7.
Right. It was like a year of saying booster 7, so you have to reprogram your brain. Look at that vent. That's a bigger one.
Right, yeah. And it's going to get even tougher to track them, especially like boosters and ships now, as the flight rate begins to pick up. Because they'll be like, okay, now last month it was, say, booster 12, and now this month it's going to be booster 13, then booster 14 next week. It's a lot to juggle. A lot to juggle already with just the vehicles they're building, let alone having to track them on stream. Let's see. So we hope that answered your question there, James. We appreciate that. Let's see. Hendrik here with a €2 super chat saying, could they flight test just Booster 9 without Starship? Alex, could they do that in theory? Would it be useful? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think without a nose cone on top, that will be very hard. Because you basically have an open top, right? So in flying up with that open top, that's probably not an ideal unless you fly very, very slow, which is what happened, for example, with SN5 and SN6 way back when. That was like, what, 3 years ago? Man,
yeah, that was
flies.
like end of 2020. Oh my god, that was so long ago.
Yeah.
I miss those days.
I will say that probably ship 25 in this case for Booster 9 is sort of like a glorified nose cone, because this next flight seems to be mostly about proving that the booster can fly completely all the way to stage separation, less than testing that that the ship goes down through re-entry. Because if you look at some of those really incredible shots that Jack took of ship 25, let's say that the heat shield is not in its best condition. It's seen better days, and it doesn't really seem like they're worrying much about the re-entry of the ship and more about the flight of the booster.
In places, it almost looks like where there's heat shield, like tile damage, there is like spray paint over the crack or what have you. I don't know. Maybe it's like black adhesive that is actually going to be able to survive re-entry. I don't know, but But yeah, the heat shield on 25 is looking interesting. Let's put it that way. But if you think about it, with the first integrated flight test, the whole thing was don't nuke the pad, don't nuke the pad. As long as it clears the pad, we're good, and that's a success. And that's what they did. And so for flight 2, sort of, it seems like get to stage SEP, get to stage SEP. Also, still don't nuke the pad. So yeah, if they get to stage SEP on IFT2, I would say that's a huge success. Anything beyond that is a bonus. Did the waterfall just come back on?
I was just about to say the waterfall is going.
So that means they have a stopped propellant load. Well, propellant load.
I was going to say
liqueduction load. Yeah.
We also have the tank farm has really spooled down in terms of its condensation and venting. So yeah, it seems like we are all loaded up and ready to go with whatever happens here. Alex, go ahead, Jack.
Well, I was just going to say, if it's nitrogen in the methane tank, then I would expect them to hold pressure for a bit and then detank. If it's methane, then we could see a spin prime, but I would be very surprised at this point with as much frost as we're seeing with both tanks full, if this is in fact methane and oxygen. At this point, I'm basically fully in that's nitrogen camp.
Yeah, because as we mentioned before, when they did full methane load onto Booster 7, we usually used to see either a partial evacuation if it was like a really big load but not full load of methane. And when it was full load, we saw a full evacuation of both the village and also the production site. Because it is very dangerous when you load that much amount of methane. It is, I think on the booster it is around 800 tons of methane. So that's a lot of methane.
That's insane. I've been here for, I guess at this point, when you add up all the month-long or couple-month-long stints of me in Starbase, I've been here for over a year for sure of my time in the last like 2 or 3 years. I still have a hard time wrapping my head around the scale of this thing. Like, you tell me it's 800 tons of methane, and I'm just like,
for reference, that's about 1.5 Falcon 9s.
That's wild.
In terms of the propellant, the full propellant load of the booster is 2 Falcon Heavies, because the liqueduction it's denser. It also has a lot more volume. There's a lot more mass of it. I think it is somewhere around 2,400 or thereabouts, or maybe 2,600. So both the methane and the liqueduction, the total mass is about 2 Falcon Heavies. It is crazy.
That's bonkers. And Aravel in chat, one of those names we see pop up a lot. What up, Aravel? Saying, that's a lot of 2-liter bottles.
Yeah, and that's only the booster. Then the ship is like another 1,200 tons. Oh, there we go. Look.
Stopped again. Oh, and look at that vent.
Yeah, the venting from methane tank. Which, again, we believe it is pretty much loaded now with liquid nitrogen. So yeah, might be doing what I talked about before of sort of topping off the tank, and they do that sort of venting. Actually, the tank farm is very, very quiet right now. So I'm thinking they might be doing drain back already, because I mentioned before that when you see that oil vent going off, there's nothing coming or going from either the booster or to the booster. So when they load propellants onto the booster, you see that OLM vent has stopped. And when it comes back, it is because there's nothing flowing in between other than, that nitrogen that is purging the line, and they open the valve, and so you see that venting. So right now that it has stopped, it leads me to think that they are now draining back. So they are putting back all of that liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen back into the ground tanks.
Indeed, I feel like the frost on the LOX tank is it gone down just a little bit, or am I hallucinating?
Let me do some A/B testing real quick while you're chatting there. It's gone up, if anything.
Okay, I'm hallucinating. Thank you. It's really cool to see either way. This thing's so incredibly frosty, and just seeing like the ice cascade down in the various views, pretty nifty.
Nifty indeed. Got a few questions here, a few pieces of support here in the queue from D with a store message saying when Jack launch. So Jack, when are you going to space? When are you flying on Starship? I think it's for the third flight you're hopping on for some onboard views.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. I would go to space on the first crewed Starship. I would fly on Virgin Galactic. I would fly on New Shepard. I would fly on Falcon 9. Heck, I'll fly on a suborbital, or not suborbital, a parabolic airliner. I'll do whatever. Just somebody, somebody get me a ticket and I'm down.
Hey, I would have flown on the Dragon in-flight abort test if I'm being honest. So yeah, I would love to go to space someday as well. Quick, in chat, everyone, who would want to go to space? I know it's kind of a bit of a contentious thing here in the community, even though in the spaceflight community, some people just don't want to go. They're afraid of heights or high speeds. Who here would want to go to space?
Oh, there goes chat.
Pick your rocket.
Sorry, mods. Sorry, mods.
Let's get this community going.
Everybody's just like, yes, yes, me, yes.
Excellent. I see a few people who are interested in going. Not a ton.
Somebody said bacon.
Bacon, okay. Jack, do you think you'd eat bacon out of a tube?
Oh yeah. Actually, we're gonna go off the rails just a little bit here because it's me. There's a fantastic YouTube channel called Steve1989 MRE Info. It's a guy that eats old MREs. Like he'll eat like a 1940s MRE and review it. It's amazing. But he just put out a video with tube food. And if you don't know what tube food is, that is what U-2 pilots eat while they are in the aircraft flying. Their pressure suits have a nice little like opening that they can open on the helmet and stick a straw in, and all of their food comes in tube form, and it's actually quite delicious. And yeah, he just dropped that video. It is so good, just from a spaceflight aerospace standpoint, but also because his videos are amazing and he's delightful to watch. So definitely check that out at any point when you get a chance. But I will say, I had the extreme fortune to be at NASA Palmdale a couple years back for one of their Artemis events. And one of the things they did was take us into the prep room that the U-2 pilots use, because NASA operates the U-2s as well. Although I believe they're ER-2s as their designation. And one of the things they did in that tour is they opened up a I guess, tube of food. It was key lime flavor. It was key lime pie tube food, and it was delicious. And in fact, I got to keep that tube, and I kept meaning to like somehow remove all of the key lime flavoring and you know, like make it a display piece, but I waited too long. I waited like a month, and it just all gelatinized, and it was impossible. But all of that said, tube food, good. Yes, I would eat bacon from a tube, 100%.
Awesome. That's a very cool event. I mean, first off, I love Steve1989 MRE. Great videos to watch when you're going to bed. But yeah, excellent there. Thank you very much for the support. I believe we kind of went very off track there. Marvin with a $5 super chat saying, any reference for electricity for Jack Byer is called giggity. I don't think I know that reference there.
It's a Family Guy reference.
I figured, yeah. Very cool. So thank you, Marvin. We appreciate that support. Ella Mad with a $10 super chat saying, are the chopsticks like an elevator, i.e. they have brakes or locks to prevent falling if there's a failure of the cables or winch? I don't know that exactly. I would assume they have brakes on there because I don't know if they would want to keep the winch loaded for that long. Alex, do we know if there's any actual brakes on there or not?
I think they do have some kind of brake mechanism on the draw works, because that's basically what you see is like a carriage system that goes up and down, and then the chopsticks are just there, connected to the carriage. I think they do have some kind of brakes or logs for that, but I'm not sure if we actually seen it. I think that's more internal stuff, and yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Alex, and thank you, Elamad. We appreciate that. $20 super chat here from Bideford.
I will say one last thing though. We've seen them sort of putting like in the past, there was one failure of the hydraulic system on the chopsticks where the chopsticks couldn't move, but the actual rails, so the carriage system, because it's two independent systems, they could still move, and so they lowered them down, and they changed all of the hydraulics and things like that. It was really, really interesting to see.
Gotcha. And Bideford, thank you for the $20 super chat saying enough of the volunteers to go to space. Me, choose me first. And I wish you the best of luck with that, Bideford.
We're like, we've created like a Hunger Games type situation in chat where it's like everyone's going to fight for the honor to go.
Yup. But best of luck with that. And I mean, I think most of us here at NSF would probably like to go to space eventually. I just hope it's, reasonable in my lifetime, like, maybe a bit more than a business class plane ticket.
I think the only one of us that I know doesn't want to go is Adrian, which I'm just going to throw Adrian under the bus, but
Really?
There you go.
I feel bad. We always throw Adrian under the bus whenever he's not on the stream. He's in the back channel. I'm sorry, Adrian. You're awesome.
I'm not sorry. He's very throwable.
Oh, dear. I fear for if we ever meet up in the future, we're just going to immediately physically throw him under a bus. Anyway, JC Davis here with a $5 super chat. They're saying, I need to know, should I go to the first Starship flight or wait for the first RTLS flight? That's a big question. I mean, the next one is definitely going to be exciting, but I would think by the time they get to the next RTLS flight, they'll have more of the kinks worked out, and there'll be less of a chance of a delay. Personally, I'm waiting until maybe like a year or two down the road when they are launching more regularly and there's less of a chance of a delay, because I can't, with school and work, I can't really go down there for weeks at a time, unfortunately. So, Jack, you're down there a lot. What are your thoughts on the matter here? What would you do?
I mean, both? Why not both? Obviously, if you can't do both and you have to pick one, that's tough. But, yeah. I mean, the next launch, I'll put it this way, with the addition of hot staging, the next launch promises to be exciting one way or the other. I mean, all launches are exciting, especially of Starship, but I like these early ones because you never know when you're going to get a earth-shattering kaboom, as Marvin the Martian would put it. So maybe go for the next one if you want to see an explosion or hope to see a large explosion. However, the first RTLS flight is also going to be awesome because that also could have an explosion. Let's put it that way. But for real, the cool thing about RTLS, or one of the coolest things, is, a normal rocket launch, the rocket launches and goes away. And you're like, cool, that was awesome. But RTLS is one of the things that makes them so fun is when the rocket launches and goes away, it's not over. It comes back. I know that's obvious, but really, like it adds an extra layer of fun to every launch. Plus, you get the sonic booms, which are like really amazing, and I can only imagine what the sonic booms from a vehicle this large would be like. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a wrong answer here.
Definitely. If you want to be very careful, maybe wait for like a few RTLS launches in. But yeah, if you really want to see that first one, why not? Live it up. Life is for the living. Let's see here. We got some questions here in the queue. Giovanni here asking, if all goes as planned, when can we expect this launch? Well, I know we don't have any official launch dates. SpaceX is trying for August, as Elon has been saying. I'm sure they're pushing very hard for that. Alex, given your experience seeing, previous testing, of course, the first integrated flight, what's your estimate right now on when we might see the second launch of Starship?
I guess that's the sort of golden question here. I would say if actually totally everything goes well, they might be able to do it sort of mid-August, late August. But I have had in my mind for a while that it's going to be between October and November.
I agree.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was actually going to ask you, I don't know what you think.
I have been feeling for a while we're not going to see it until late September at the earliest, but probably into October. I just think with delays, and now they have to add the hot staging ring. Somehow, well done, they need to move the quick disconnect umbilical higher now. to reach the ship. So I think it's going to be
I
a
did
hot
that.
minute.
The umbilical has been moved higher, but yeah, the
Yeah.
hot staging ring does need to be installed. However that happens. Alex, though, I'm curious. Why October to November? Like, walk me through as we watch all this ice cascade off the booster, which looks so cool. No pun intended, I swear. I swear I didn't intend that to be a pun. It looks neat. It looks interesting. Walk me through the flow that you would think that would lead to late October, early November. Like, does that include a rollback of Booster 9? Does that include some oopsie daisies, as we say in the aerospace industry? Like, because to me, and to be fair, I'm in Starbase right now, and Starbase operates inside a reality distortion field. So, to me, I'm like, yeah, August, let's go, let's do this, stack it and go. But I understand, obviously, that that's probably not likely. But I would guess late August, early September, and that's probably wildly optimistic. But that's my wildly optimistic guess. What are you thinking might lead to? I don't want to say a delay, but to IFT2 taking that long?
Well, it's mostly about the fact that, yes, they have a lot of data from Booster 7 and a lot of experience from Booster 7, but still, it might not be that fast. It might actually be a little bit longer. Now, I do not expect that to take all the way into 2024. But initially, I actually expected the pad to not be ready until September. So the fact that they're testing a booster again on July, the end of July, practically, yeah, it is kind of there. The things that I'm thinking is that they could find an oopsie daisy, as you sort of mentioned before, that they could hit some kind of snag on the way to full stack, on the way to launch, and things like that. And also, there's the side of the regulatory part of the whole deal, right? They have a launch license from the last flight, but that launch license only had the first flight. So they need to modify that launch license to include multiple more launches, or at least the next launch, at the very least. And also they need to recertify the flight termination system. So we saw them testing that new flight termination system. We saw that Booster 9 has more charges, more explosives, in order to be able to completely structurally fail when it is active, when they actually activate that flight termination system.
More explosives, more better.
Exactly. You nail it. Yeah. But that doesn't really say whether it is certified or not, right? It just says that, yes, they've done testing, there's hardware for it, but have they actually completed all of their analysis and all the other kind of testing or simulations or whatnot? We don't know. And so, since we don't know, we just say that it's probably outstanding work.
Yeah, and I guess there's also the matter of any sort of legal stuff. I know the FAA and SpaceX are being sued, and there's all kinds of things that could end up delaying things that aren't necessarily tied directly to vehicle or hardware readiness. So that's fair. But thank you. I thank you for walking us through that. The amount of frost on this booster is wild. And
Yes.
Do not lick the booster now.
Oh, look at that! Yeah, look at that.
That's what I like. Those vents are super cool. The cowbell vents.
Yeah.
Now that was very interesting because that kind of vent with all the vents firing at once is something we see during an abort, but it wasn't sustained, which is something we see during an abort.
Yeah, that just looked like a normal vent event. Maybe a test of the RCS or something.
I was going to say, yeah, that looks like a test of it, because we know those cowbells and the upper vents on the liquid methane tank, those are going to be used for maneuvering the vehicle after separation. So maybe just a quick test of, hey, do these all work when we command, for very, very quick pulses?
People are asking, Chad, whether that's normal. It is normal that they vent from those vents. Don't worry.
Yep, totally normal.
Was abnormal, it would still be going right now. I don't think they would have stopped it if it was abnormal.
Well, even still going right now, would be like a big sustained vent at the end of a test. I think that's pretty. We've seen boosters do that previously, and sustain that as like a depress.
What I really like is sort of, because blew out a lot of eyes on the booster, so you can see the shape of the vent on the
Right.
booster.
Yeah.
It is amazing. It looks like it sneezed.
Yeah, bless you, Booster 9.
Wow. Now the visuals that. Anyways, David, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, in truth, isn't the full tanking mainly used to repel mosquitoes? I don't get it.
Not
But
sure either.
thank you for grabbing a little treat there from the store. Ooh, they got a 9 Merlin Tango print.
Ooh, nice.
Wolfram, thank you for the super chat. They say going to space. I'll just wait for the Enterprise to beam me up. Nice. Reference acknowledged. Jeff Rowe, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. And Philip Darby, thank you for the super chat there. They say, could you just load the header methane tank with methane and the balance of the tank with nitrogen to perform a safer spin prime or other test? No, I think that would lead to contaminated methane, which you don't want to be sending contaminated propellants through a Raptor engine. That would be bad for Raptor engines. So I'm going to say no.
The thing with the booster is it doesn't, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but they don't have a methane header tank. What they do have is the downcomer as the header tank. The downcomer is long enough and wide enough and it has enough volume inside of it that it more or less acts as a header tank. They do have a liquid oxygen header tank, kind of. It's built around the base of the downcomer. Now, that is kind of a dedicated header tank for liquid oxygen, but methane on the booster doesn't necessarily have a dedicated header tank.
Yeah.
Transfer tube.
You could, yeah, transfer tube. I'm team transfer tube as well.
Right.
Because I know for Falcon 9 that's the name that they put to the. In that case, it is the liquid oxygen transfer tube. But anyways, the other thing that I will say as well is that at the end of the transfer tube near the bottom, because it needs to supply to the plate where the center engines are located, and it also supplies outwards to all of the 20 engines basically at the outer lip of the bottom of the booster. Because of that, there's like sort of like a semi-conical section, so to speak. It's sort of like a little bowl that they have there for basically at the end of the transfer tube, so that the methane can sump in onto all of those inlets for all of the engines. And so that as well can even act as its little sort of header tank as well. In that case, it's like a little bit of like the bottom of the transfer tube where it leads to all of the engines, and that can also accumulate a little bit more of the methane tank as well. So both the transfer tube and that little bit at the bottom kind of acts as its own header tank for the methane.
Makes sense.
Cool.
Let's see here. Don't forget, if you have any questions, at NASASpaceflight in chat, and it'll throw your question in some software that we have that we can use to show your question on screen and answer it. Let's see here. Leslie Sedgwick says, I just want to congratulate you boys on the booster live stream a few nights ago. I lost the will to live and went to bed. But well done to you guys for the marathon stream. Hey, if you know anything about NSF, we are marathon streamers when the situation calls for it. So thank you for the kind words there. This one's kind of out there, but we can answer it. Ian or Lane? Is that an L or an I? Either way, they're asking, any guess which booster will be the first to fly twice or more? I'm going to say... What? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say that is an Ian. That's the Scottish way of spelling Ian, I-A-I-N.
Aha, thank you.
See some Ian trivia here.
Let's see. So I'm going to guess booster 20. Ian, go.
I'd say, yeah, like 17 to 20 is probably a good range. Probably closer, like, 18, 19 or so. I'll guess 19. Booster 19.
Alex, go.
Oh boy. Booster 20.
All right.
Hey, for once my answer was short.
We all agree. That's like very rare, huh?
Yeah. No one here saying like booster 11 or something.
Right. I kind of feel like I should be like, which coast is the best coast? And then everyone says west. Okay, cool. Glad we could come to that conclusion there. Moving right
I mean,
along.
if you talk about the Spanish coast, yes, the west. Because I live near it.
Paul Becker is asking, from where would regular starships launch? Seems like the restrictions at Starbase would rule that out. Well, if you remember the last Starship update event thing that happened in Boca, Elon basically said that when Starship is operational, Starbase will transition to more of an R&D place, which is, I guess, it still kind of already is right now. And they'll move over to Kennedy Space Center and 39A for operational launches, but presumably it'll be like what they have right now with Falcon 9, where they have Slick 40, they have 39A, and they have Slick 4 at Vandenberg. So I just imagine once Starship is up and running, they'll launch it from anywhere and everywhere they can, because the cadence that they're going to need for the Artemis program and for everything else they want to do with Starship will require multiple launch sites. Maybe even Slick 6, who knows?
That would be very cool.
I'd be a happy boy. Let's see here. 33 Honkers, wow, I get it, says, has there been an overpressure notice? Are we expecting a static fire? Guess how many engines? 33, question mark? No, there has not been an overpressure notice. We are not expecting a static fire. I don't even think at this point we're expecting a spin prime, given that the methane tank appears to be filled with liquid nitrogen. So there you go.
But still, either way, we're getting some very nice testing for full vehicle loading, but also B, some awesome visuals here of all that condensation coming off.
Matteo, thank you for the support. They say, can we take a sec to talk about how cool Rocket Lab's mission patches are? Have you seen the Rocket Like a Hurricane one with NASA SN8 boy here? Yes, I think it's one of the delightful things that Rocket Lab does. Thank you for the support. Adventure with Brett, thank you for the support. They say, mosquito joke was that the vented gas is cold and mosquitoes get inactive when it's too cold. Thanks for the coverage. This looks beautiful. Well, thank you for the super chat to explain your joke that I was too dumb to get. Riley, thank you for the support, grabbing something from the store and saying, Frosty! They got a patch. Nice.
Nice.
I still really love that patch. Speaking of
I was
Rocket
just
Lab
about
patches,
to say, that patch absolutely kicks it. Pauline has been nailing all of this, for real.
Dare I say, and I hope I'm not going to be like too hoity-toity here, but that patch is straight busting, no cap on God, for real, for real.
Oh my god. All right, I'll take over hosting now, Jack.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Musical Wolves, thank you for the super chat. They say, if bacon was propellant, imagine all the free bacon falling during flight. Yes, Musical Wolves, are you Willy Wonka? That is quite an imagination you have there. All right, well, it looks like we're at this level of load, and it's been holding at this level. I mean, I wonder what will happen next, if they'll just keep holding, or how long it will take them to be happy with the data they've gathered and start detanking. But either way, we're watching. We're keeping our eyes on it. Yeah, chat is legitimately really mad at me. I'm sorry, chat.
I'm still dying from it. Oh my god. I can't believe you just said that. Like, no
All right.
cap. I can't believe it.
Let's do some more questions.
Okay.
Minecraft Daltons is asking, are there known closures for the coming week? In how much days, weeks do you think the booster static fire happens, and when stack? Yeah, there are closures this week. I think there's one on Monday. I'm not sure beyond that if anyone has... Do we have...
And another on Tuesday.
And another on Tuesday. But the Monday one is, if I'm not mistaken, is potential. It's not scheduled yet, right?
Yeah, they are only possible closures. They are not scheduled closures.
Right. So if you guys don't know, on the Cameron County Road Closure website, there's different classifications of a closure, and one of them is that a closure is possible, And those are like for alternate days or I guess days when they're just not sure they're going to need it. And there are scheduled closures. Today was a scheduled closure. It started off as a possible closure, and then moved. It was altered to a scheduled one. So that is just something to sort of point out and be aware of. Let's see here. Chad is still very mad at me. Let's see.
That was amazing. Anyway,
Silent Sniger is asking, is that like a silent snake, but it's a tiger? I don't know. Metal Gear. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, they're asking, why do we need individual engine quick disconnects on the booster outside engines instead of supplying all the startup gas through the main booster quick disconnect? Because it allows them to delete. It allows them to delete things and save mass on the booster side. Right, Alex?
Yeah, I will agree though with Saturn Signer G, that it is probably easier in terms of the starting up of the engines and things like that, and having to have so many quick disconnects. But look, it's a SpaceX building this rocket, not me. They are very more talented than me and smarter than me, so I'll leave it to them to do all of the trade-offs here.
Yeah, I mean, there are some trade-offs that, to my non-rocket scientist eyes, are, I guess I'll say surprising. Like, I'm still not... Oh, look at the venting. I'm still not...
Big vent.
I'm still not used to the fact that the grid fins will just stay out. It bothers me. Like, it's a visual affront to the eyes.
Yep.
But, they get to delete things and remove failure modes, and like you said, Alex, they're smart people. I'll leave the rocket design to them.
Yeah, because for Falcon 9, for example, for the startup sequence of the engines, the ground systems also supply the T-tab, for example, which, if you remember, I think it was Crew 6, where they had to abort the launch, because that ground-supplied T-tab, basically the igniter fluid for the Merlin engines on Falcon 9, was defective. Basically, it was clogged on the ground side. It is supplied to all of the engines through one of the QDs on the Falcon 9. Falcon 9 booster has actually two QDs, one mainly for the RP1 and another one for the liquid oxygen. And in the case of the Falcon 9, again, it also provides helium for the spin-up of the Merlin engines, and I think even RP1 for the TVC test that they do on the ground. Now, obviously, for the flight, Falcon 9 uses whatever it has within it, which is nitrogen tanks for the RCS thrusters, helium for spinning up the engines again, and pressurizing the tanks and things like that. Super Heavy is pretty much the same in that sense, where as long as it is attached to the ground and to the ground systems, it tries to use as much as it can from them. Whereas during flight, it has its own sort of storage tanks, COPVs and things like that, in order to be able to use those consumables in flight. But for the startup sequence, for example, it tries to use as much as they can from the ground systems. It makes sense.
Good deal. Thumper, thank you for the support. They say the screen on the left looks like the cover of a classic sci-fi novel. It really does look surreal. I mean, for whatever reason, the lighting today is just perfect.
I could see that, yeah.
Own Santi, thank you for the support. And LSR, what's up, LSR? Another one of those names we see pop up all the time. They say, Jack wants a food chat channel fund. I do. I think our Discord should have a food chat channel. I'm just going to say it right now, live on air. Members, if you want a food chat channel, Mutiny, take over the Sports Ball channel. Again.
It's funny. It's funny to me, Jack, that you demanded a food chat on the Discord, and they were like, "No, that's too many channels, whatever." And now there's a music channel.
Wait, we did get a music channel? I must have missed that.
Yes, we have it.
All right, I hereby demand a food chat channel.
So you can put some of your music.
Hang on, I'm gonna go into the member Discord here at Patrick in the member Discord if you want a food chat channel. Here we go. I'm gonna go into the sports ball channel and I'm gonna say, "Yar, this be a mutiny, you scurvy." This is great content. Scurvy dogs. Okay. Anyways, if you're a member, you can join in on the fun and chaos.
I
let's
tagged you
do-
on the music channel so that you can find it.
Alex, should I post a Milkman in there?
No, absolutely not.
No.
It slaps.
No.
I'm telling you, it slaps. All right, moving on.
Looking at some A/B testing I was doing while you were having your on-topic conversations, the tanks are stable. They are not detanking yet. It does not seem like the frost lines are not going down. So, looks like they're just holding right now. Probably just doing some pressure testing. Maybe they're. We haven't seen venting in a little while, so maybe they've kind of closed off the vents and are getting the booster pressurized to flight pressure here to make sure everything's going well. So interesting to see that.
They really seem to be holding it.
Yeah, and I want to go back now and look at like a booster 10 or sorry, booster 7 cryo and see if these flows are similar, how they differ. There's probably some interesting analysis to be had there, but I can't do analysis right now because we are on stream. So thank you, Felix, for the super chat. They say, came home from church and noticed the frosty booster on my monitor. You guys are awesome. No, you're awesome, Felix, for having a monitor up at all times with NSF. I mean, I do it. I just leave my TV on with Starbase Live because it's like a status indicator. It's nice. Let's see. Own Santi, thank you so much. They say, greetings from Argentina. Greetings. Thank you for the support there. And Simon, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, eagerly waiting for the next integrated flight test. This has got to be the fastest testing since the beginning of spaceflight. It really is, I don't know, heartening? Is that a word? I know disheartening is a word. Is heartening a word? Anyways, it really is great to see this rapid pace of testing because I think we all, I mean, I've said it before on stream. If you've watched any of our streams, you've probably heard me wax philosophical, but we are all bound by the tyranny of the limited human lifespan, and I think we all want to see cool things happen as much as we can while we are on this planet, and the faster cool things happen, the better, because we all want to see humanity become multiplanetary. We all want to see a moon base. We all want to see low Earth orbit being opened up to the likes of normal people and space hotels and all the cool things. Like, come on, we want to live in the sci-fi future, and this is a step towards it. So it's definitely heartening, if I can use a word that may or may not actually exist.
I'd say heartening works. That's probably a word.
Let's see here. Magic Knight 5511 is asking, has this booster got the hot staging ring? I'm wondering about the QD arm height change. So no, the booster does not currently have that hardware, but you're right. They did change the height of the QD arm for the ship. You can see it there on the right side. It even looks visibly different than it used to. And that is because to accommodate, oh, nice view, to accommodate that extra ring, they had to raise it up by the height of one ring, which is about 6 feet. So that means that even though Booster 9 does not have that hot stage ring now, at some point before launch and stack, or stack and launch, I guess is the right order, they will have to add that ring. How they will do it, whether they'll do it at the launch site somehow, whether they'll roll B9 back to the production site and do it there, we don't know. But either way, given the change to the QD arm, it's going to happen at some point. Now, personally, I don't think this is going to happen, but personally, I would really love if they put the hot stage ring on using the chopsticks. Like the chopsticks just lift a single ring and go ding and put it on top. That would be delightful. But I suspect that won't be how it's done. At this point, my gut is that they'll somehow attach it. Like they'll lift 25 off the pad, the suborbital pad. They'll put 25 on the hot stage ring and then put the combined hot stage ring and ship 25 on the booster. That is a total guess. I could be super wrong for various reasons. But Yeah, I don't know. Remains to be seen how that will happen, but it will certainly happen. And I'm just going to take a moment here to acknowledge the very spirited mutiny going on right now in the Sports Ball channel, because we do want food chat, and we will take nothing less than a full separate channel.
Love it, and we hope to see that change coming later today.
Do it, Patrick. Do it. Let's see here. This one's probably for Alex. Merlio is asking, how cold is the propellant?
Very?
I know liquid nitrogen is negative on 195 Celsius, whatever that converts to in freedom units or Kelvin. I don't know. Hang on, I'll do the old
Minus 196 says Google, like in a very, very quick search that I'm doing here. That will
So-
be minus 320 Fahrenheit.
So that's the boiling point, though. These are chilled propellants, so they're going to be closer to the freezing point than the boiling point. So probably close. The methane's probably close to around negative 180 degrees. The oxygen, I believe the oxygen gets a little bit colder than that, so that should be around like negative 210 degrees Celsius. But we don't know. SpaceX doesn't publish exact temperatures on that.
I would expect though the nitrogen to be just at its boiling point, because I don't think they can do subcooling on that, like or like they will really benefit from that. We do know that at least the nitrogen, the oxygen has probably been chilled down here.
Excellent.
But yeah, around that minus 200. Yeah, because the nitrogen is like minus 196, I said before, and the oxygen is minus 200 and a little bit close to minus 210. So yeah, around minus 200.
Good deal. Alex is asking, when do you think full stack will happen? I'm gonna say end of the month.
End of the month. Wow.
I don't know. I'm again hopelessly optimistic. Ian, what do you think?
Second week of August, maybe first week, but I could see it being about 2 weeks or so from now.
Alex?
Okay, I'm gonna go with a crowd. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
The crowd being Ian, me, and Elon.
Yes, peer
Elon is
pressure.
also 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Okay, I tried to make a joke about that, but it's okay.
Nice. Let's see, what's next? BMC TV is asking, are the current mega/high bays tall enough to accommodate a booster with the added hot staging ring? I believe so. Alex, confirm or deny?
The high bay can't. The high bay.
High bay, no. Mega bay, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would expect. Sorry, Alex, you're answering this question. I should be taking that away from you.
No. Do it.
I was going to say, because back in the days when they had BN1, the first ever booster test article. There we
Yes.
go. If you look on the left, that's the high bay. Or, sorry, the left side of the bottom right picture, that's the high bay. That was built for boosters, but during its construction, the booster design changed. The booster got taller, and it could not fit out the door. So what they did, they literally cut one ring off a tank section of BN1 and then stacked it. And since then, the boosters have been one stack shorter than they should be. So the high bay cannot handle a booster any taller than its current design, as far as I know. So if I had to guess, I would assume they're going to do ship stacking solely inside the high bay and then booster stacking inside the mega bays. You can see the mega bay's opening is a good bit taller, about maybe 1 or 2 rings taller. There's a second mega bay going up right now, so I would assume they're going to shift booster assembly over into the mega bays and use the high bay just as ship assembly and storage.
Yeah, that's what they already. Yeah, that at least from Booster 9, I think it was the first one to be built in the Mega Bay, and since then it's been Booster 9, Booster 10, Booster 11, and more recently Booster 12, which is right now in 2 separate sections, and it should be stacked really, really soon. The only thing is that we really haven't seen it, fully stacked yet. So whereas individual stacks have been a little bit going fast, maybe they're waiting on some of these flights to happen. They have already parts for Booster 13 and so on. So we'll see.
Good deal. I just love that they had to cut Booster 1 apart to get it out of the freaking high bay. What a like positively SpaceX thing to have happened.
And they had to put the hole on the roof. You remember?
That's
When
right. They had to cut a hole in the
Yes,
roof
yeah,
to drop the crane through. Because because the crane in the high bay wasn't installed yet, or was that just because it wouldn't have been able to lift it high enough? Either way, I forgot about the hole in the roof. That's hilarious.
You can still see the patch in the roof from flyover pictures.
That's amazing. Oh, how far we've come. Remember when the mid bay was the high bay? Oh gosh.
I remember when the low bay was the high bay. Honest, the windbreak, sorry.
The windbreak. Yeah.
Right. Cindy, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, I lived in Central Florida for almost 40 years. You all have encouraged me to continue to enjoy the magic and exhilaration of live launches. Thanks for all you do. Well, that's wonderful, Cindy. I'm super glad to hear that. If there's anything that we really want to do here at NSF, it's get people excited about spaceflight and rocket launches. So I'll call that mission accomplished. Thank you for the kind words, and thanks for grabbing some. Looks like you grabbed the. You grabbed a long sleeve tee. Excellent. Richard Mellinson. Thank you for the support. They say, I assume that meant to be Elon. Knowing that Elon is a history buff, I'm hoping that there is Enterprise, Yorktown, Hornet, Lexington. I guess as names for starships, that would be cool. I approve all of those names. Flawed Perspective, thank you for the support. They're asking if they can pre-order the IFT2 patch. Really enjoy the channel. Thank you, Flawed Perspective. Another one of those names we see pop up all the time. I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of an IFT2 patch.
What patch? There's no patch.
Moving right along. Anonymous, thank you for the support. Anonymous says, Cecilia missed you at Starbase, Jack. I don't know who Cecilia is. Should I know who Cecilia is? I feel bad now. Either way, again, if you're in Starbase and you can find me, you'll be rewarded with a sticker. Let's see. BK Snyder is asking, is the ship QD adjustable up and down? Not the arm, just the connection point. I don't believe so. I mean, it's adjustable in the sense that it's modifiable, and they modified it to be higher, but it's not like they can activate a motor or something that raises or lowers the QD itself, to my knowledge, anyways. Right, Alex?
Yeah, I don't think it really.
They don't even need to do that,
down.
right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not necessary. They're not going to be... Like, they have made this modification in anticipation of adding an extra ring to the stack, and that is what they will do going forward.
It can go out and in, but not up and down.
Right. All right, so do we have a food chat channel or not? Patrick?
I don't see one yet, but we should be getting one soon, hopefully.
All right, I'm going to have to make Patrick walk the plank, I guess. Yar.
And while we have a second between bullying Patrick, I'd like to make a quick little announcement here. NSF is looking to expand our writing pool, so we're looking to bring some new writers onto the team. We have a whole new... In our members Discord, we have a Google Forms available looking for anyone with writing experience to hop on the team and to reach out if you would like to audition, I guess, or try out to join our writing team. So we do have a few notes in the application. If you are interested, please open the application, read through all those notes carefully, and then go through about filling it out. So we're looking for people We're looking for writers to report on specific topics like starships, small sat companies, astrophysics, and all of that. So make sure, once again, that you read through the application closely to make sure that, you'd be a good fit for what we're looking for. Now, what we're looking for is, I'm trying to read through a whole message here we have in our back channel. So we're looking for people to provide 2 examples of previous writing work. It doesn't need to be news-related, but professional-style writing work. And they need to be comfortable with performing interviews with industry professionals. Like I said, you're going to be kind of on the leading edge of spaceflight journalism here. So we want you to have experience with not only writing professionally, but also being able to conduct interviews with industry professionals. So once again, we have our form there in the back. It's in the channel called Work for NSF in our members Discord. So there's a Google Forms there for you to fill out if you are interested. And once again, we are excited to see who we're able to work with in the future. And please do not hesitate to reach out. I mean, when I first applied, I hated writing. I hated public speaking. What are my jobs right now? So you never know if you don't try, really. And I have no regrets from joining NSF.
We got some venting from the methane tank there, although it was not sustained. That was a cool vent, though. Sorry to interrupt you, Ian.
All good. And also getting told in the back channel, sorry, I'm trying to read through this message here. In the chat, we do have the Google form. So it's not just in our members Discord. There have also, the form has also been linked in chat. So anyone who's interested in writing and has some background writing experience, hit us up in chat. Check out the form in chat. Sorry, I'm juggling a lot of things right here. It's pinned in the top of chat as well.
Did they give you an entire paragraph to read? Jeez.
I got like 4 paragraphs to read, and I tried to go through and find the important snippets of it. I don't want to read for 10 minutes.
All right, well, if you're just joining us, we are looking at what appears to be I don't know if you would call this a wet dress. I guess not, because it's not using methane, we don't think. More of like a full cryo-proof test of Booster 9. We believe the methane tank is loaded with nitrogen. We believe the LOX tank is loaded with LOX. And we are looking at a fully frosty booster. It's been holding like this for quite a while now, and we are just waiting to see what happens next. The closure today does go from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., so there are, 7 hours left in today's closure? So who knows what could happen? Although probably not as static fire, because we, again, are not using methane right now, and there has been no overpressure notice delivered. Let's see here. More questions. If anyone sees any questions that jump out at you, go for it. I'm looking for some here. Musical Wolves is asking, why did that vent sound like a jet flyby? We can't hear the vents the way we have the stream set up right now. We know you guys can out there in YouTube land, but I cannot, so I'm not sure what you heard there, but I don't know, maybe Doppler effect or something, but nothing's moving. I don't know. But thank you for the support. Jacob is asking, when do you guys think the first Starship launch from Kennedy Space Center would be? I'm going to say Q4 2024. Alex, go. And don't say you don't want to make a prediction. Just make a prediction. Don't grumble about it.
October 21st at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Oh my god.
What?
Is that better for you?
That's too soon. That's like you weren't even trying.
Well, I meant 2024.
Oh, okay. Heck yeah. That's perfect. Thank you. And if you are off by even a few minutes or a day, we're going to shame you thoroughly now that you have put your money on the table there. So, Ian, what do you think? First Starship launch from KSC.
From KSC. I thought I was about to say from the next launch from Boca Chica. From KSC is going to be middle to late of next year. Or do you want me to get very specific?
No, that's fine. That works. I said Q4,
okay.
So
I was gonna say Q3 at the earliest. Yeah.
I feel like. I feel like all of that is pretty wildly optimistic, but who knows?
Come on, you gotta be more precise.
Sergeant Snake is asking, with Elon saying he wants to add 3 more Raptor vacs to ships, what vehicle do you think is expected to be the first to get such an upgrade? Ship 30 is still being built, possibly. Here's a deal. That's totally something we could see in the future. The addition of 3 more Raptor vacs to a ship. Absolutely. That said, I think it bears mentioning, once again, as we have said on streams many times in the past, an Elon tweet does not reality make. I mean, we saw Elon and Tim Dodd in one of Tim's Starbase tours talk about changing the forward flaps. We have so far seen no indication that there's going to be any change coming to the forward flaps. Elon often spitballs things or talks about things that will be way down the line that aren't necessarily exactly imminent. Now, all that is to say, when do we think the first ship could get 3 additional engines? I'm going to say ship 35. Because I do believe ship 30 already has had its aft section constructed, if I'm not mistaken. And it does not have mounts for 3 additional Raptors. So ship 30 is out. It would have to be further down the line. But yeah, there you go. I don't know. That's my thinking. And just before I ask, before I ask Ian and Alex this question, I do want to mention that if you saw Walter Isaacson's recent excerpt from his upcoming book about Elon, he posted an excerpt on the Bird app, and there's like a line in it. I'm probably going to butcher it, but it's like, it was before the first integrated flight test. Elon was nervous, and what Walter says is like, Elon did what he frequently does in these stressful situations, is he focused on the future, and sort of peppered Mark Juncosa with a bunch of future planning type discussion. So all that is to say, yes, we could totally see a ship with extra engines soon, but we haven't seen any indication of that yet. And Elon often is thinking, big picture, and we're sort of, our bread and butter is sort of wading through the minutia. So I don't know. I would say don't expect it anytime soon, but that could obviously be wrong. I don't know. That's my rant there. Elon tweet does not reality make. Alex, when do you think we'll see a ship with 3 extra RVACs?
I will say at the very least ship 35, like at the very earliest.
Ian?
I think that's more of a long-term item. I don't think we're going to be seeing that anytime very soon. I think that's something more like in the future for when they need it for heavier payloads. Because if you remember, every engine is dry mass. Every engine that you add is 2 tons of less payload you can carry to orbit. Roughly 2 tons. So you lose 6 tons of payload, give or take, by having 3 extra RVACs. I don't see them needing that.
You don't gain any of that back through like less gravity losses or something like that?
You do. You definitely do. I don't know what the ratio on that is, what the payback is. I see that being more in the long term. Unless there's a major payout there in terms of saving gravity losses, then I think it could be more near term. But I feel like that's more in the future.
Yeah, my gut is that we will see the same architecture roughly with minor tweaks. I mean, we've seen a lot of changes between Booster 7 and Booster 9, for example, but mostly the same architecture. It's not like we're stretching tanks or doing anything like that yet. But once Starship is up and flying and, I don't know, reliable isn't the right word, but less explodey, maybe I'll say, I think that's the point at which we'll start to see some of these changes. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll still do changes to the forward flaps also on ship. Maybe that's something that has been shelved for now. You got to figure that the amount of time it takes to build and test and fly these things, the designs that SpaceX is working on and validating right now in simulation and in computers are probably far and ahead what we're looking at right now. But it's a matter of how long will it take those to come down the pipe, and you don't want to keep changing things super radically when you still aren't able to reliably achieve orbits. So all that is to say, probably not for a while, but good question.
Definitely.
It'll definitely look awesome. I mean, it's one of those things where as soon as we see a ship with extra engines on it, the ship without the extra engines will look kind of old and busted. Sort of similar to how like when a new smartphone comes out, all the previous smartphones kind of look old and busted. Gravely Dawn, thank you so much for the super chat. They say the kettle said it was tea time. Tea kettle said it was tea time. Chris B, can you discern the meaning here? Because it's a giant tea kettle and it's venting like a tea kettle. I get it. Richard Melonson says, Jack, my last name is pronounced Melonson. Alright, there you go. I hope I did it right. Thanks for the support. Pebmets, thank you for the support there. They say, James Free has expressed concerns with all the testing and proof concepts Starship still needs to perform. There could be a delay to Artemis 3. Could NASA go to Blue Origin if the delay is long enough?
No. Wow. That's a very easy answer.
Yeah, no. Just hard no.
The main reason I will say for that is that Blue Origin is working towards a landing no earlier than 2029. So, if a Starship delays all the way to 2029, we have bigger problems than moving to Blue Origin.
Yep.
Right.
And they're not as far along as SpaceX is in their lander design.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say they've done like engine testing and some like mock-ups, and they have some basic things done as far as we know, but SpaceX definitely seems to be further along in hardware and much closer to being ready to go in like 2026 when Artemis 3 flies than Blue Origin.
I was talking to somebody out here while we were waiting for the lift, and I described this whole I don't even know what you want to call it. This whole situation with these comments from James Free, it's almost like schedule chicken. Like it's like the Spider-Man meme with the two Spider-Men pointing at each other. It's like, I'm not going slow, you're going slow. I'm not going slow, you're going slow. It's like I don't think Starship is going to be holding up Artemis 3 at this point. At this point, the thing holding up Artemis 3 is more likely SLS. Maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but the fact that we're sitting here looking at Booster 9 and Ship 25 in their final testing before launch. Meanwhile, Booster 10 just went through cryo. Meanwhile, Ship 28 just moved to Massey's for cryo. Meanwhile, they're building Ship 29. They're building Ship 30. They're building Booster 11. They're building Booster 12. It's like the amount of hardware here is insane. Meanwhile, SLS can launch once every year and a half.
And also,
it's very. Oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna mention that it's very important to keep in mind as well that Artemis 3, when it was conceived as the lunar landing mission, it was conceived to be in 2024, and that was in 2019 with a very aggressive schedule driven not by SpaceX or Elon, driven by NASA. By their mandate by Vice President Pence back in 2019 with a whole speech, of moving the landing from 2028 all the way back to 2024. The idea was that by doing it 4 years earlier, by targeting that landing 4 years earlier, NASA could go there faster than if they already targeted 2028, and now you get maybe instead of 2028, it's 2029 or 2030, 2031 or something like that, right? Here, what they wanted to do is be more aggressive, do all of the contracting and everything with the companies way earlier. In this case, it was 2021. Now, no one expects realistically that with a lander being chosen in 2021, you could land 3 years later on the moon with people on board. No company, regardless of a SpaceX, Blue Origin, or Dynetics, will have been either be ready for that. Let's be honest, we don't see any hardware for that from Blue Origin right now either, right? And 2024 is next year. Now, I'm not saying that Blue Origin is worse or anything like that. I'm just talking about the realism of that original target to land on the moon by 2024. The same applies to the current target. It is late 2025. Let's be honest, that probably is not going to happen, even with a more traditional lander such as Blue Origin's lander or Dynetics, because it is a very aggressive target. And if you go back to the Apollo program, when they had deep pockets and all the money in the world, basically, It took 7 years, more or less, from
Right.
first procurement of the lander all the way to the first landing. So, just saying.
Yeah. And
Also,
I do want to underscore, like, it's not that we hate other companies besides SpaceX. Like, I think Blue Origin's going to be awesome when they're finally up and running.
I totally love their new architecture.
Right? I welcome multiple companies. The more companies making rockets, the better. The more companies going to the moon, the better. Because that's what we need. You know, if there was only one company making aircraft or only one company making cars, that would be the same situation. That would not be great. So yes, we want to see all of these companies succeed and succeed rapidly. It's just we're, you know, being realistic and looking at the data that we have and looking at the playing field and sort of drawing these conclusions. We're not trying to be, you know, biased one way or the other. We're not trying to dunk on any company or anything like that. We're just trying to be realistic.
Yeah, I mean, New Glenn hasn't launched yet. It's probably like a year away from launching, like at least. Starship has launched. It was a prototype, of course, and the launch was not a success, but it has, you know, Starship is further ahead than New Glenn or Blue Origin's Blue Moon lander are. So I think Starship has the better chance of making it, of being, you know, flight ready as a lander first.
One could even argue that even if you don't count, for example, Blue's New Glenn rocket, because right now we know that at least their new architecture is sort of based around New Glenn, which is really cool because it's their own rocket. They know it, right? So it makes sense. But also, if they wanted to target 2024, what rocket is there to launch Blue Moon in 2024? Because New Glenn might actually be debuting in 2024, but maybe it debuts or maybe it doesn't. There's Vulcan, but it has already a very busy schedule for 2024.
Right.
What else is there? Falcon. And do you see Blue Origin buying Falcon 9s or Falcon Heavies to go to the moon?
No.
I don't see that.
No way.
Yeah.
Just hard no. Really quickly, just a bit of a... I'm just going to say this out loud right now. You may have noticed the view on the left-hand side there changing. Some storm clouds are rolling in, and I actually here in Brownsville am hearing quite a bit of thunder, and I guess I wouldn't be hearing the lightning. I'm hearing thunder. A lot of thunder. So some weather is rolling in. If my feed, if my voice gets spotty, somebody please let me know in the back channel. Like, I just had the lights flicker. I don't know what is going on here. The storm is there's a storm rolling in. So just be prepared for me to drop off unexpectedly if my power goes out or anything like that.
Understandable. Stay safe, stay safe, Jack. There we go.
I wish Adrian was here, because when he was here for the integrated flight test and there was a tornado warning, let's just say it was delightful. It was delightful to see him react as someone who had not experienced a tornado warning. I miss you, buddy. I miss you, Adrian.
It was quite frightening, Jack.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
I didn't know you were here.
You didn't?
Okay, I did.
It would be funny if you didn't. Like, you by accident cue somebody up. Just like, whoops.
I'm not that skilled, unfortunately. But yes, it was. I mean, it was an intense little storm that rolled through. I just liked the fact that you were like in full on like meerkat mode. Like, I will observe and alert the family of danger. It's like, Adrian, it's fine. It's fine.
I think Michael made a picture of me, and it said like literally the caption was, "Look at the German seeing weather for the first time."
Classic.
I think that was the exact wording.
Common Michael Baylor W.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, cool. So we have a new friend now. Hi, Adrian. Are we losing somebody?
Yeah, I feel like that's the like you win some, you lose some, right? That's
I think
it's a cycle of.
I'm getting
cycle of
kicked out
NSS
here,
streams. Yeah.
All right, Ian. Thank you for starting the stream off for us today. Go get some rest, get some food, do whatever you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Been a pleasure. Have a good day, everyone. Have a good day, everyone in chat. And enjoy the rest of your weekend and enjoy the rest of the testing.
Sweet.
Nice.
See y'all.
So, So, about this testing, by the way, what is happening?
Well, they have loaded the vehicle fully. We believe they have loaded the methane tank with liquid nitrogen, because, you know, the last time they did a test like this and it was methane and oxygen, they had to evacuate the village out of an abundance of safety, or abundance of caution. So, presumably, the methane tank's full of LN2 and the LOX tank is full of LOX, and that is sort of what we're looking at. We've had this vehicle full up for quite a while now, and we've seen some venting but no depress. We haven't seen the frost situation really change at all, and we're sort of just waiting to see what happens next. I mean, presumably they'll hold like this for a while and then begin to detank, but I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll do some RCS tests, maybe they'll do some grid fin tests, maybe they'll do something else that I haven't thought of. But yeah, that's sort of what we are looking at the moment. Is that a fair assessment, Alex?
Yeah, I will agree with you. Yeah.
So, another question I have here is, so you listen potential things they could do. Could they do a spin prime today?
Well, they would have to detank fully and then reload, which is possible. I mean, the closure today does go until 8 p.m. and it is 1:17 local, so possible, but I would be kind of surprised. I don't think we've seen them really do like 2 major tests in a day like that, unless I'm completely mistaken, which I could be. But who knows?
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, Adrian, if you see any questions that are piquing your interest there, definitely feel free to answer them. Here we have Rainbow Fish saying, need to get Adrian a Thunder shirt. I'm not sure what that is, but I support this.
Yeah, what, like, is there a thunder? Like, how would you even put a thunder on a shirt?
Have you seen those shirts where like you touch a part of it and it makes a sound? Like I've seen a shirt with like a picture of a drum set, and you can like play drums on the shirt. It would be like that, but like a big lightning bolt, and you tap the lightning bolt and it makes a thunder. I don't know. I'm just completely guessing here.
And you need like external speakers because it blasts it on like full decibel, and you scare everybody around. Like that kind of. We are talking about that, right?
Yeah, it's like a self-defense thing. It's like pepper spray, but for the ears.
Pepper spray, but for the ears. That's wild.
Oh man. Brian Jacobs, thank you for the super chat. They say love the live streams and keep up the great work. Quick question. The black line that is the entire. Oh, look at wow. Okay, thunder increasing. The black line that is the entire length of the booster, is that a data line? Thanks again. Alex,
the one in the left view?
Yeah, what is that? What is that raceway? Is that wiring? Is that a pressure line?
Pressure line.
Is that the engine chill for the ship, or what are we looking at there?
That's pressure line. You actually see 2 of them. Oh, thanks for that, Sue. You can see 2 of them. One of them reaches up to the top of the liquid oxygen tank at the bottom, and the other one reaches all the way to the top of the methane tank at the top.
So probably part of the autogenous pressurization system.
Exactly. There's another pair of these 2 at the other side of the booster. There you can see how the one for the oxygen ends there at the top of the booster oxygen tank. And
yeah,
then the other one continues.
If y'all don't know, Starship uses autogenous pressurization, which sounds all fancy, but don't get confused or worried. All it means is instead of having another gas that they use to fill the void as propellant is expended, such as helium or nitrogen, they use gas from the tank itself. So the methane tank is pressurized with methane, and the LOX tank is pressurized with LOX. Now, on a rocket like Falcon 9, they have COPVs.
Ooh, look at that benzene.
That's beautiful.
From the nitrogen tank.
Yeah.
See, that confirms that they were using nitrogen, because it's very heavy benzene there.
Good eye. So yeah, on other rockets such as Falcon 9 and other rockets, they have COPVs that'll be full of helium, and as the propellant is exiting the tanks, they enable or they backfill with a gas, because it's like the old like high school or middle school like science experiment where You fill up a 2-liter with water and then flip it upside down, and the water doesn't come out, but you make like a little hole in it so air can get it in. I don't know. I'm completely butchering this, but pressure, it's a thing, and you need to backfill the tanks. And in Starship's case, it uses the native propellants in the tanks, not if they're gas, which allows them to reduce complexity, reduce amount of COPVs, reduce weight, all of that good stuff. But it is tricky. Autogenous pressurization is not very straightforward, but that's what those lines are for. Very good question.
Can I ask you 2 questions? Ask
sure.
you 2 a question.
Yeah.
What other rocket uses autogenous pressurization?
Oh no. Adrian? I feel like I should.
3 that come to mind actually.
I feel like I should know this.
I know a few ones that have it planned.
Does New Shepard? Sorry.
Is it the space shuttle? It is the space shuttle and SLS, right? Yeah,
Yes.
of course, bingo.
Chris B's gonna fire me. Oh no.
And the other third
think-
that I was thinking of, it was Terran 1. But yeah.
Aha.
And also, I think it's also planned for New Glenn and Neutron, right?
Yeah, I think Neutron will also use it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if in doubt, just say shuttle on the stream, and you have a decently sized chance you're right.
At the very least, you'll make Chris B make happy noises.
Yes, that's like the least thing.
See, we need
Okay,
a trivia night.
Chris is spamming in caps lock in chat. How did Jack not know shuttle?
I mean, I had an inkling, but I was scared, and I failed. I'm sorry, Chris. Okay, Chris. I will say I at least have some reasonable shuttle knowledge, but that one escaped me. At least I should get credit for not being completely a dum-dum. Just a minor grade dum-dum. We have a question here from... What? Go ahead.
Do we establish like a dum-dum scale and be like, that's
Yes.
a 4 out of 10 on a dum-dum?
Yeah. You know what? I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole. I was about to
I'm sorry.
I was about to come up with a whole scale, but no, I'll spare chat.
I mean, it's us 3 on stream. There's always a big chance for a
Yeah,
huge
this is the
derail.
Chaos team.
That's right. We do have the Chaos team in full force right now.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Oh, man. We got to be careful, otherwise we're going to make a mega dum-dum, or a kilo dum... I don't know. Anyways. Ricky
An
Salinas...
8 out of 10 or worse on the dum-dum scale.
Ricky
For real?
Salinas... I'm moving
No
on.
cap.
We're moving on. Ricky Salinas says, due to the storm coming in, is there going to be an abort? Actually, in our back channel, we were told by Adam, thank you, Adam, for that, that the storm with lightning is moving slowly away. It's not actually headed towards Starbase. So, yeah, I think we're fine.
Quick weather update from here where I live. There's a very big storm right now hitting my window, and I'm like, oh, I living in Starbase now?
Yes.
In my case, I have a very big ball of fire hitting my window. That I think it's called the sun.
Is it fusing helium and hydrogen into things?
I hope it is not fusing helium, because then we'd be
dead.
Pretty much dead. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We are not at fusing helium yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yet.
Thankfully.
Let's see here. Troll Cannon is asking, can they use the pressure vents on the booster as gas thrusters? Yeah, that's exactly why some of those vents have those cowbell-shaped coverings, right, Alex?
Yeah, that is correct. They also use the... it appears that the thrusters up there at the top of the methane tank, you see there are 4. There could be many different orientations and many of other configurations, but having 4 up there kind of makes you think that it is obviously on purpose, so like they can act as thrusters, because they are equally spaced and things like that, so it's really neat.
By the way, we were just called Jack and the Europeans.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean,
that
it's a good band
conversation
name.
in chat.
It's a good band name. I'm not gonna lie.
It's solid band name. Out of the band name scale, I would give that a 7 out of 10.
All right,
Let's
no
not
more,
go with
no more
scales.
scales. I know
Yeah.
your German nature is compelling you to organize and classify things, but resist the urge.
I'll say the same when
Okay.
I'm on diet. No scales, please.
Like,
Johannes, thank
Really?
you so much
That worked?
for. It did work. Johannes, thank you for the super chat there. They say, keep up the great work. Love your channel. Greetings from Mannheim, Germany. Adrian, did I say that right?
yes, it's Mannheim.
Mannheim. And Pebmeds, thank you for another super chat. They say, I appreciate the work your team puts in. The hardware for Artemis 2 and 3 are far along. If NASA Artemis 3 date was too aggressive, why did companies bid or not say realistic before bidding? I mean, yeah, we've seen hardware for Artemis 2 and 3. That does not necessarily mean either of those launches are imminent. I mean, you companies will submit optimistic bids in order to win the bid, right? I don't know. Does anyone have anything else to add here?
I had in mind Bechtel from the ML2, the Mobile Launcher 2 contract.
Oh yeah.
Holy cow, that is very, very optimistic, both in schedule and budget.
Right. I don't even want to think about it. It makes me so mad. Okay. I know earlier I said we don't want to dunk on companies. I'm going to dunk on Bechtel. I do not like Bechtel. Bechtel bad. And not just for the mobile launcher too. Also for things like the Hanford cleanup. They're just like a notorious it's like they're like the Pinkertons. They're just not a good... Anyways, I digress. I don't want to get too opinionated here. Get Real No, or Get Real Co. is asking, do you think 33 engine spin prime test tomorrow? I think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, so what usually happens is that we very quickly get into a situation where they wait like 1 day between tests. If they go long, because if they go long, they need some time to maybe sometimes check out and are not in time to properly condition the vehicle again to get it ready for the next the next attempt. But since we are still on a good end of the day, I mean, why not? Why not a spin prime today? Tomorrow.
Yeah. They sometimes use those backup test closures also for like main closures. Like sometimes they have, because the website says, oh, primary and alternative closure, things like that, and people are like, well, you know, it's an alternative closure. They may not test if they already done the test already on the main closure, but it's like, it's just a number. Excuse me, it's a word at the end of the day. They can really test again on the alternate closure because there's not really anything that says they can't, right? So they may already do these tests today, right? And then they're like, okay, well, we're gonna use tomorrow's closure, or tomorrow gets canceled and then they test on Tuesday, because they also have an alternate closure on Tuesday, and it can also be for testing as well.
Makes sense. Okay, where did this go? Oh no, I don't know if I can find it. I might have lost it. This is great content.
It is the best content. We all love this content.
All right, moving right along. I lost it. Somebody had a German city name that they asked us to try and pronounce, but I can't find it right now. It was like Vikartsen? Something like that? I don't know. If I find it again, I will look it up.
Yes, sorry, I cannot go from that.
No worries. Mike Knepp is asking, how do you feel about Dawn Dish Soap using your intro music for their commercials? I mean, ours is better because ours has the cool sound bites, like, it's orange.
What's your favorite sound bite of the intro? Go.
My favorite sound bite of the intro? Water towers can fly.
Solid.
Sure. What about yours?
I asked that question, but I'm right now stalling for time while I think about it.
Alex, go.
Because I'm... Okay, good.
I mean, the It's Orange one is really funny.
Yeah, of the changes in the new intro, I like It's Orange, but overall, Water Towers Can Fly was such a perfect moment that it's just always going to be a favorite of mine. Plus, it's audio I actually recorded, so it's kind of special in that way.
I also like the the one from Daryl saying back to the moon and beyond, because it's like, and with a SLS lifting off and everything, it's epically.
Yeah. I like the SLS cheering. I like it when SLS lifts off and you just hear him cheering. That's my favorite part of the intro.
Chris says that moo is the best from McGregor cows.
And he's doing a poll.
All right, there's a poll in chat. Why can't I find this question about the German city name? I really wanted to try and pronounce it. Oh well. Let's see here. Daniel's asking, do you see any future upgrades to Falcon 9? If so, what? I'm just going to say no, but I also am not a big... I don't know anywhere near as much about Falcon 9 as Alex does, so we'll ask Alex last. Adrian, what do you think?
Okay, I'm just trying to predict what Alex will say. I think we will not see major upgrades to the Falcon 9 infrastructure anymore. However, we have heard in the past that they are iterating with every booster, and we just recently saw the introduction of a new upper stage. So I think while we will not see major overhauls anymore, I think we will see these continuous improvements of the Falcon family going on more and more.
Well, there you go. Thanks, Alex. He said pretty much what I was going to say. So yeah, you nailed it.
We hang out too much.
Yeah,
or
we
not
do.
enough.
Or that.
Okay, Adrian, look at the back channel. Is this pronounced Vikartsheim?
I am struggling right now. That's wild even for German.
When even the German doesn't know how to pronounce that.
That's not a city. I just googled it. That's not a city. That doesn't exist. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, moving right along. We tried. Let's see here. Still waiting to see what the booster does next. Still fully frosty. Has frost been going down at all? I need to do a quick A/B here. Don't mind me just mashing my keyboard. Nope, I don't see any change.
Somebody's asking when Falcon 9 will become Falcon 10 with the iteration. When they put a new Merlin below it.
Yeah, they're gonna put 3 additional Merlin vacs on the second stage.
Oh, please don't. And they'll deploy like a balloon.
Yeah, it'll be like those Kerbal engines that are the radial side-mounted ones.
Oh god, I'm not sure. No. No.
Holy Space, if you're listening, you know what to do, buddy.
Yeah, please do. Like a side-mounted vacuum engine next to the tank, right?
Can we get like a Falcon 9, but the second stage is a heavy? Like with two side second stage cores, but the single stick
Okay, hear me
first
out.
stage?
Hear me out. Side-mounted MVAC engines with stubby nozzle.
No. Nope. Moving right along.
Yes.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's move on. No, never stubby nozzle. Like
No.
I'm firmly of the never stubby nozzle club.
Stubby nozzle bad.
And I want to point out again that our chat by majority voted pro stubby nozzle.
Don't tell them that. People might not know that happened. I feel like we're poisoning the waters.
It's just...
Okay, let's look at the poll. Water towers can fly is way out front. Wow, I can't believe a poll actually agreed with what I said for once. I feel honored.
For once.
I mean, let's see here. Richard Melenson, thank you for the support. They say enjoying the stream. And Nick Kane, thank you for the support. They say, once full, could the booster be lifted by the chopsticks to full height for launch to stop damage to the floor, or would it be too heavy or Yeah, no, the chopsticks aren't going to be lifting a fully fueled booster anytime soon.
Yeah, just to put that into perspective, we are right now talking about like probably 200 to 300 tons that this weighs empty. And what does a full stack weight again? Like 5,000 tons?
Yep, just the booster fully fueled, it is the weight of 2 Falcon Heavies, more or less.
Yeah, so you would put, like, the chopsticks are already on a heavy load with an empty booster, and you would increase that by more than 10 times.
And you can see it when they lift the boosters and you do like a before and after of the chopsticks holding the booster. You can see they sag a little bit, and that's with 200, 250 tons of mass. Imagine if they fully loaded it and then tried to lift it. It's very heavy. That's super heavy.
Hey. Where was that? Oh yeah, Matt PD, thank you for the support. They say camera nerd request for Jack. Really quickly, speaking of camera nerd request, whoever is operating the tilt here, these tilts are delightful. Thank you. Whoever in the back channel is on camera control right now.
You mean the
camera nerd
pan?
request
The
for
pan up and pan down?
Adrian. I will mute you. I have the power.
You don't have the power, actually.
I do. Do
You
you
can
want?
mute me?
That's a song, right?
There,
You
he is
can't-
muted. He's like legitimately just muted him.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
I can vouch for that he did that. Yeah, he
All right.
muted.
Adrian, if you think West Coast is best coast, say nothing. All right,
You
great.
didn't even mute
Moving
me.
right along. The camera nerd request for me from Matt PD is shoot the next integrated flight test on an Airy 35 through some Vespid Raptors. The warm look should make bright frosty tanks and fire the Raptors look epic. Hey, if you want to pay for me to rent a 35mm film camera and pay for the film and pay for the digital intermediate and pay for the lens rental, I'm game. I would love to do that. I have some actually I have some 16mm, some super 16mm film in my fridge in LA still that I keep meaning to use for something. I have not yet, but either way, I do want to shoot some film of a launch at some point here. It's just it's expensive. You have to rent a lens, you have to rent a body, and of course there is the added anxiety that comes with shooting on film, at least motion picture film. I was actually a film loader for a while. That's something I did right when I first got out to LA, and it is a fun job. It is also terrifying because if while you're taking that film out of the canister, there are any light leaks, you have just ruined an entire day's worth of work, or however many hours worth of work. But it's a fun job. Anyways, digital is nice. Digital is nice for various reasons, but film also looks amazing. So trade-offs. Anyways,
I have a question.
oh, you're back. Look at that. It's like I unmuted you or something.
Yeah. Do you put the camera films into the freezer so they turn out more crispy?
Wow. I was gonna try to make a Chris B joke, but my brain isn't working fast enough today. No, it's like it keeps it I guess fresh. It stops it from degrading. It's a freshness thing. For real. No, you keep your film in the fridge. It's a thing. S.E. Robinson Jr., thank you for the support. They say Moo Crew is slacking. I assume that's about the poll. Thank you for the support there. Old Tom Saturn V guy, thank you for the support. $10 to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. They say great coverage of Booster 9 Cryo. By the way, a dog t-shirt is to put on your dog if it gets nervous during thunderstorms. The t-shirt squeezes the dog like if you were holding it. Did we talk about dog t-shirts at some point?
Oh, that's like weighted blankets.
Yes.
Weighted blankets are awesome, by the way. I endorse weighted blankets.
Yeah, I have one and I love it. Paul Tompkins, thank you for the support. They say Tim deserves to fly on a water tower. Well, I think he is on a little thing called Dear Moon. Just give it a couple years.
Just a little thing, yeah.
All right. Let's see what we have here. Sir S. Blair 250 is saying, look at the dents on the ground storage tanks. They've become more dented since the start of the stream. Is that true? Or are we just seeing like a
No.
change of shadows? I assume it's just lighting differences.
It's always like that's like 90% of the times people say that dents change. It's usually because lighting changes, and especially if the light then hits it like into an angle, you suddenly get shadows, and shadows make look everything way more extreme.
Yeah, and lighting in imagery, video or photos can be really tricky. In fact, I know that there's a lot of moon landing conspiracy people that blame the lighting in photos for a reason that they think the moon landing wasn't real. In fact, one of the Customs and Border Patrol guards at the checkpoint the other day saw the NASA spaceflight logo on the truck and stopped me and asked me if I thought the moon landings were real. And I had to have, there was cars backing up behind me, and I had a whole discussion with him about how, no, we totally went to the moon, here's the reasons why that's not a thing. So, yeah, lighting is tricky, I understand.
But I thought the moon was flat.
Everything's flat. Wait, no, that's Everything Floats. Different movie.
Oh, okay, well,
Which
that
movie?
will explain, because, yeah.
Adrian, don't
I
throw
need a diet.
yourself under the bus.
I just want to
let us
know.
do that for you. It's it.
It? Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
it.
the Stephen King's It.
Yes, with the clown.
Oh, I even saw that.
But you missed the reference?
Yeah.
All right. You're probably looking at your phone the whole time, like when we watched Fifth Element. Anyways, I digress.
For real?
He wasn't. I'm just throwing him under the bus for fun. He watched Fifth Element legitimately.
So it was Cap, right?
Yeah, it was Cap. Sean Gaylord, thank you for the support. They say, with all the renders showing Starship docking at the nose, how does that work if the header tanks are up there? I don't think it will dock at the nose. I think it'll dock somewhere around the payload bay. Well, I guess on the crewed Starship, it wouldn't be the payload bay. It'd be the human crewed bay. Either way.
The only one that we've seen docking with the nose is the HLS, but the HLS
doesn't have
may
header
not
tanks up there.
need. Yeah, or may not need them at all, or something. We don't really know.
Right.
Because HLS is going to land with very heavy tanks, because it needs to land and also have remaining fuel to be able to lift off. You won't lift off with the fuel on the header tanks. So it's like the main purpose of the header tanks is because you have so very little fuel on your main tanks that you need a small reserve of propellant that doesn't have any problems with getting to the engines. Like, it doesn't really pop any sort of gas into the engines or something like that because of the orientation of the ship. In the case of the moon, when it is landing, it is very full of not totally full, but very full of propellant. So because it needs to go back again into lunar orbit. So I will guess that it might not even need the header tanks.
Good deal. Let's see here. We do have an interesting question. Where did it... Oh, gosh, I lost it. Where did it go? Oh, here we go. It's from I44VA. They're asking, if it rained right now, would it cause ice buildup on the booster? I feel like, if anything, it would remove the ice, because the temperature of the rain would be so warm.
Yeah. We are talking about liquid nitrogen here. That is far, far cooler than rain. So I guess it would depend. You would probably see some of the water freezing for sure, but in also that it would also warm up some of the ice. Like, you would have a heat exchange situation there. So yeah, I think the technical answer is yes, you would see some ice that would build based on the rain, but you will also see some of the ice being removed. And we also saw that before, rain, that's a bit longer ago with some test tank, but rain tends to remove the ice more than it adds ice.
Right.
That's how it usually goes.
Now, you can do a test of this yourself if you get a full stack plushie, which, again, we have full stack plushies. Just put it in your freezer and then get a squirt gun and spray it. NASASpaceflight not responsible if you ruin your full stack plushie. That said, we do have full stack plushies. They are awesome. There's a banana for scale, and we have basically manufacturing of them has been completed, and they have arrived at our warehouse, and shipping of them is extremely imminent. So I know it's been a long wait. We wanted to make sure the product we were putting out was appropriate and up to the level of quality that we know you all expect, and that frankly we expect of ourselves. So it took a little bit of back and forth with the supplier there, but the plushies are manufactured. We have them in the warehouse. We are ready to ship them out anytime now. So definitely, if you want to get one and you haven't yet, now is a good time. And once again, just to reiterate, once they're gone, they're gone.
They're gone.
So do not DM us all sad and whatnot after they are gone that you didn't get one in time. If you do DM us, I will express my heartfelt apologies and sorrow, but there's literally nothing we can do. We've made a set amount, and once they're gone, they're gone. So if you can, get one now.
You could get a reply from us saying, and it's gone.
I don't think anyone would be that cruel, but...
Just to give you all a perspective how close we are to shipping, I literally checked as Jack was reading this if they ship maybe. because I was not sure if that's still the situation, but they're still close to shipping.
So you would say, Adrian, that we're really close to starshipping them?
Yeah, we are basically. I think tomorrow we will start shipping them.
Look, I cannot stand this. I think I'm gonna leave because really, this is too much for my body.
Deal with it.
Pointing them.
Oh my god. Hey, Starship point to point, just for Chris B. Happy Chris B noises.
Oh. I want to point out that I just read what Chris B wrote in the back channel.
Oh, you did? Yeah, nice. Of course, that was a Chris B comment. Love it. Yeah. So if you want one and you're impatient, hold your horses. There, I worked horses in. They're coming soon. Anonymous, thank you for the support. They grabbed something from the store. What did they get from the store? They got a shirt, a Concrete Way to Go shirt. Nice, quality merch there.
I love how you just ignored Alex starting to introduce himself. Is that...
No, he's stuck here. We're all stuck here. We're doing this.
I'm mostly doing for my sanity, because if I stay around here more, boy.
Wait, so you're actually going?
Yes, he's actually being replaced.
Okay.
I can go insane as well. I mean, but yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Alex, for making the return to the Chaos team a possibility. Thanks for being on stream. If y'all don't follow Alex on Twitter, be sure to follow Alex on Twitter. And yeah, get all the awesome knowledge that spews out of his brain constantly. Thanks, Alex.
Oh, well, not a lot, but sure, thanks.
I just wanted an excuse to say spew.
As Terminator said, I'll be back.
Nice. Adrian, you haven't seen Terminator, have you?
No.
The tone of your voice. The tone of your voice was perfect. All right. Well, tapping in for Alex, we have Ryan. Ryan, how are you doing today, buddy?
Hello, everyone. I'm okay. I've just been editing a video with you in it, Jack. So everyone will see that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry.
I guess not in advance, but sorry in retrospect for all of the various takes. I hope you enjoyed my frustration with myself.
I think one of the best things about an editor probably on NSF is the fact that you constantly get to see all the outtakes. I can tell you when I record like a flyover, there's an insane amount of stupid outtakes in there.
Yeah, there was one Starbase update where I had a Red Bull sitting next to me in the dunes, and I didn't look at it before taking a drink, and I'm pretty sure I drank ants. And so the editor got to just see my slow descent into insanity as I realized what I had done. Yeah, it was pretty great. Anyways.
I feel like we need a new membership level where you get the full rough A-cut for every single video we ever produce.
Oh no.
That would be...
No. Can I, as a host, veto that? Can I say, like, no?
Let me put it this way. I would have to dramatically alter my disposition while recording. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, like, after a bad take, there are some words that have been said that are not for releasing on this channel.
Right. Things like horses are dumb. We wouldn't ever say that on this channel.
Yeah, we wouldn't say that.
Or like shuttle bad. Or like Buran better than shuttle. None of that
That's
stuff.
true, though.
No, it's wrong. None of that. Do you want me to mute you again?
You cannot use that as a weapon against me when I'm
there,
on
I
stream.
muted him again. I'm drunk with power. Alright, you're back, Adrian. I'm sorry.
God damn it.
Oh, I'm
I
being
don't know what
told
I've wandered into.
Oh, you've wandered into the Chaos team. Welcome.
Thanks.
I'm being told
Also
in our back channel that we are extremely close to 800,000 subscribers. Holy cow. I wonder if we can hit 800,000 on this stream. If you're not subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. I know it's cliche YouTube. Hit the bell, hit the like button, etc. I know it's annoying. It's YouTube. But, like, for real, 800,000 subs? That's a huge milestone. We're closing in on it. So if you are watching and you are not subscribed somehow, please hit that subscribe button. Maybe we can hit 800,000 on this stream. That would be killer. All right, Ryan. I don't know. Have you been keeping up with today's test, or would you like a recap, buddy?
I've been kind of tuning in and out here. I did notice that you kept calling or kept saying buzzwords for Chris, and I came up with one.
Go for it.
The Starship plushies no longer have a long lead time.
Oh, wow.
So they're not. So they're clean. They're not dirty, right?
Yeah, they're not dirty leads.
Wow. No, literally nobody watching is going to get that.
Yeah, it's very like there's one single person on this planet who's like very happy right now.
Yeah, and it's Chris, which
Yes.
mission accomplished.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some more questions. SpaceX spacecraft is asking, do you know why SpaceX made the chines all the same size on Booster 9? So that's something we were talking about earlier. On Booster 7 and 8. The chines there was 2 big chines and 2 little chines. On 9, they're all big. Why that is? I don't think we've really gotten any concrete reason other than, the chines are used to cover up hardware as well as provide an aerodynamic surface to increase drag, which means you need to use less propellant for landing and entry and whatnot. I guess Super Heavy won't have an entry burn, but I digress. More chines, more better? That's my guess. I don't know. Does anyone want to weigh in on this, Ryan?
All I know is that there's some COPVs jammed in there somewhere.
Right. Adrian?
I mean, I wouldn't say more chimes better. I would say like the good balance of chimes to area you need to hide, the better.
Fair.
In the end, chimes are like they're not an advantage as they are just trying to cover a disadvantage.
No, I would say they're an advantage for sure. It's like killing 2 birds at one stone. You're covering up things that would otherwise need covering, but it's not just like think about the HPU cover on Booster 7. That is, I would agree, that is not an advantage. The HPU cover doesn't really do anything, whereas the chines actually do provide additional drag, and the more draggy the booster is coming back in, the less propellant it is going to need. It'll be going slower, so it'll need less propellant for landing.
However, the more draggy the booster is, the more propellant it needs to go to space.
Well, on the way up, you're not getting that much drag from the chines because they're streamlined in the flow of travel. Whereas coming back down, if you think about how like Falcon 9 comes down, it sort of comes down sideways. Like it uses the cylinder as a lifting body. Oh, look at that! The ice, is that the frost receding,
Yes.
or is that the wind? I wonder what's going on there. They might be detanking now.
That looks to me like the frost line is receding. Like if it's wind, it's usually not starting like at the top with a spot. You would see like a side impacted spot. This is coming down from top. So
Also,
I think this is part of detanking.
Quickly, check out the ship QD. I didn't notice this yet, but it is covered up. You can't see the actual ports on the ship QD itself. It's like sealed up, probably to keep FOD out. Neat.
Yeah, that's true.
It
It looks like almost like a CPU in a main board.
Nice. And thank you for that zoom there. That is excellent. And Alex in our back channel is pointing out that under Booster 9's chines, there appears to be a large cylindrical metal tank versus a line of COPVs. I don't know if that's for all of the chines, but at least one. We saw them install that, like a new looking tank there. I'm sort of wondering what the deal with that is, but neat. Thank you for that, Alex.
Thanks, Alex.
Bushtail, thank you for the super chat. They say, enough West Coast versus East Coast talk. The future belongs to the Gulf Coast. World's leading tech hubs are going to Texas. Everyone is allowed to like their favorite coast. I will be annoying and say West Coast best coast, but you're allowed to like your own coast. Adrian, it sounded like you had a comment there.
I mean, the thing is, even SpaceX is not really considering Boca Chica as like their main spaceport for Starship. It's more like an R&D area probably for the Cape picking up. It's I wouldn't say it's replacing the Cape even for SpaceX. So I think it's it's a hard argument against the East Coast, and I still think, I mean, in the end, the East Coast has the most launches, so it's the best, right?
No.
Yes. also, here's a statistical fact. East Coast still has one more Delta for heavy, West Coast has not, so East Coast wins.
Here's a statistical fact. Slick 6 was a far more beautiful Delta 4 heavy pad than whatever the one at Cape Canaveral.
The problem is, though, it's so hard accessible for remotes.
It's
like
not.
For,
it
for
really
like
isn't.
live streaming.
It's not that bad. I know that's always the... Anyways, good rabbit hole. Let's move on.
I love how we are like tiptoeing around rabbit holes and like, nope, not going in there.
Trying not to, but often failing. Juan, thank you for the support. They say, so when the plushies are gone, they are gone. Haha.
Wow.
I like it. Frank, thank you for the support. Grabbing something from the store there. They say, love the work y'all do. Got my When Hop shirt on. Excellent. What did they grab from the store? Oh, they got a plushie. Nice. They heeded our call. Screen Name, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's outstanding. Thank you so much, Screen Name. We love to see more people getting to experience all the cool stuff that are a part of the membership program. Alright, well, frost is continuing to recede. You can see it on more angles now. It is continuing to go down there on the methane tank. Bushtail, thank you for the support. They say, just looked at the shop. Found the Raptor Wrangler collection. Made me chuckle because I've used that as my gamer tag for years. Obviously not for the engine. Nice. Anthony, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They said, trying the frozen plushie and water squirt gun experiment as soon as I get one. Will report results. Not endorsed by NSF. Thank you for that. The real cool test is going to be whoever dunks a full stack plushie in liquid nitrogen and then shatters it. That's just going to be cool. Literally. Anonymous, thank you for the support. They say chips or crisps. I mean...
Both words are valid because they both mean different things, and, you know, there is only one way round of them being words, so, you know, there's only one meaning for each word.
Right. There couldn't possibly be a word with two meanings.
No. Impossible.
I am... As a non-native speaker, this discussion confuses me.
Well, you see, Adrian, in America, we call French fries French fries. In Europe, or I guess at least England, they call them chips. Right, Ryan?
Well, it depends. Like, if you go to a certain unnamed Golden Arches fast food chain, they call them fries. But it's more like the more chunkier chips are called chips. But
Got it.
You can get away with calling fries chips, I think. Or at least in my opinion, you can.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Whereas potato chips, you know, we'll call those potato chips in America, whereas in England they'll call them crisps. Are you up to speed now, Adrian?
We call them chips as well. Yeah, we call them chips as well.
Auf Deutsch?
Yes. In Germany, they're called chips.
There's no like fancy German word like getchippen.
Nope. I mean, we say potato in front of that. We say Kartoffelchip.
Excellent.
So, and French fries are pommes.
Oh yeah, pommes frites or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
I vaguely remember my 3 years of German from high school.
Yes. Or like also what somebody says in chat, like fritten. We also say fritten.
Nice. Let's see. I'm not going to be able to say this name correctly. Demoratharan? I'm sorry. Either way, they're asking, is this a static fire and where is the new interstage? The interstage is non-existent yet. It will be installed at some point down the line. And no, this is not a static fire. This has been what appeared to be a full stack cryo. Maybe I don't think it would be called a wet dress because they probably didn't use methane. But yeah, full stack cryo I think is a safe way to call it. Ryan, would you agree, disagree? Some third option?
Let's throw in full tank test, no leaks, and doesn't go kaboom validation test.
Block 5, full thrust.
Block 5, full thrust.
Thank you.
We can call it like a star test if we have SpaceX naming scheme. Like
Stop.
It's the
Stop.
Star
I will mute you again.
Nope.
Count down until Adrian has my powers of muting removed. Let's see here.
I'm not sure if I'm the person that gets you these power removed, but you're constantly doing it to me.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Space Guy 1969, thank you. Let's see for the question. They say, I know this isn't SpaceX related, but when do you guys see Neutron's first flight? Really excited for that rocket. I have no idea. Does anyone want to weigh in? Ryan? Neutron's first flight.
2025 at the earliest, in my opinion.
Adrian?
Here I am, the everlasting pessimistic. I think it will be 2027. It seems like a very different concept to me. They're like, I don't know. It feels very different to me. And usually very different means a lot of testing and a lot of validation. So I think like 2027. I always include like the 2-ish years of like new rocket margin. Yeah.
Nice. Smart. Max is asking, how do they control the tower when lifting? Computer or human control by a monitor? Is my understanding that it is a largely automated process, but I don't really know much beyond that. And I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong, to be fair. Does anyone have any thoughts before we move on here? We'll start with Ryan.
I mean, there's technically always humans monitoring because, you know, we're watching it on Starbase Live, so if that counts.
Hey.
Cheeky
Adrian?
I mean, it will not be a person with a joystick in hand. It's probably like a series of like executed commands. Or like checkpoint commands where you are like... They will not be a completely automated way, because that would mean that we see the same flow over and over again, which we haven't. It seems to be there like some sort of checkpoint, some sort of different ways to operate this, but I do not think it's like a joystick or like operating with keyboard. It's more, okay, this looks good, let's go to 100 meters, and then they rise it to 100 meters. Like, you know?
Yeah, now that you said joystick, though, I'm just imagining like a claw game, but it's but it's the chopsticks and a several 100-ton booster. That's delightful. Thank you. Let's see here. Admiral Marith is asking, why would they need to detank to do a spin prime? They have to load it like this to launch it. Well, because as we were talking about earlier, we don't think that methane tank is full of methane. We think it's full of liquid nitrogen, because the last time they did a test like this and it was methane, they had to evacuate the village out of an abundance of caution. Because if you had a bad day, the absolute worst way for that to go is a large detonation, which would be extremely destructive. So, but, you know, who knows? But either way, that is to go ahead.
Somebody just in the chat says, Eric said, Adrian's gonna edit a video to have Jack say East Coast, West Coast. I want to point out that I'm a scriptwriter for this channel, so I was able to say let Jack say stupid things before, and I love that power sometimes.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if Ryan kept it in the edit for the video that's coming out tomorrow, but I pointed at the script and was grumpy at least once, so you can stay tuned for that.
There's a video on this channel where you say Mega Moon Rocket.
Yeah, and I vomited in my own mouth after I said it.
You're welcome.
I see, you're getting your revenge now, I see. Let's see here. Anonymous, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, I've been holding on to the pun for SN8 as SN8. SN8, because SN is eating in oh my god. Wow, you've really been holding on to that one. Anonymous, thank you for grabbing something from the store. Oh, they grabbed multiple things from the store. Excellent. Donald grabbed a plush. Thank you, Donald, for doing that. They said, and another one gone. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say pre-order from April 16th still good. Should be, right, Adrian?
Yeah, every pre-order is still good. Like, we have every pre-order saved. Everything will go out as
yeah,
early as
pre-orders
tomorrow.
get them first, right?
Yes, that's the whole point. Like, the earlier the pre-order, that's basically the way we will fulfill them. And that's also the way how you were able to secure your plushie. So, yes, that was the whole point. and everything is still valid and will be executed tomorrow.
Yay. Ethereal Swordsman, thank you for the support. They say Great Lakes Coast, best coast. You do you. CH4 Breakfast, interesting name. Becoming a Red Team member, thank you for that. Once again, the membership program is so insanely important. Thank you so much to all of our members. We hope you enjoy the myriad perks that you get for being a member. If you don't know, you can be a membership, or you can sign up for a membership through YouTube. At the various different levels of monthly support, you get various different perks, including at Capcom level and above. You get Discord access, so you can compete in, or participate, I guess, not really compete. You can participate in the mutiny that I hope is still ongoing. I haven't looked at this in a while.
Wait,
no,
what mutiny did you start again?
It looks like the mutiny might be over. I tried to mutiny and turn the Sports Ball channel into a food chat channel, because I want a food channel. We talk about food enough that I think we should have one.
You know I have the power to create a food channel, right?
Oh, it's not just Patrick? You can also?
I can also.
Alright, can we have a food chat channel?
I will... Do we need food channel?
Yes, I'm telling you right now, yes.
I will make it a vote in party chat.
What?
And we'll give it options. And
All
people, we are establishing democracy here.
Okay, fine. I'll allow it. But yes, we have a Discord. There are a variety of channels, hopefully soon to be a food channel, but there's like a party chat channel. It's just utter chaos. There's a tech chat channel. There's gaming, where people post their cursed stuff they've made in Kerbal. And of course, there's a whole bunch of channels for Starship and for Blue Origin and small sat launchers and Roscosmo, like everything. There's a channel for practically everything, except for some reason food yet, but hopefully that'll be rectified by the end of the stream today. But yes, the Discord exists, and thank you for becoming a member. Whatever level you come in at. Like, here we go. Talumd? Becoming a Capcom member. Talumd, you get Discord access. Jump into Discord and say hey. Nico, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, Jack, would you take a ride on Starliner as well? Ooh. Yeah, you know what, I would. Maybe not the first one, though. I'll leave that to a test pilot. And they got a full stack plushie. Nice. Chris W. gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you. Anonymous grabbing something from the store, saying, gonna put this on my jacket. What did they get? Oh, they got the patch. Nice. That's gonna be a sick jacket. Walter Werga became a Red Team member. And that diabetic kid, thank you for the super chat. They say, could they use AI to control the chopsticks? Like, put cameras all over and train it like a Tesla with self-driving? I mean, yeah. It seems like a lot of work for not a lot of payoff. I don't know. Adrian, what do you think, Mr. Tesla driver?
It's pretty straightforward compared to the everyday, like, maneuvering streets. In the end, you have a clean environment where not a lot of obstacles will randomly appear. You have clear movement. You have like complete normal path. There's not really a reason to train like a network to check this. It's too straightforward almost. Like, in terms of just the bare movement, the chopsticks are an easy problem. It's more the making them work and making a device that can lift a giant booster. Like, the hardware aspect and like the engineering aspect, I think, is harder than just the movement itself.
Right. Ryan, any thoughts?
I mean, at the end of the day, these are really big, really expensive. You still have a person monitoring it anyway, so just you let the person who's monitoring it drive it as well.
Yeah, use the old-fashioned neural net in the form of the gray matter between somebody's ears. Anonymous, thanks for grabbing some from the store. They said, this is the launch director. We are go for detanking. Indeed. We are continuing to see the frost on the methane tank recede, although the LOX tank looks to be holding steady.
Yeah.
I'm loving these views here.
I mean, to be fair, it makes sense that they detank the methane tank first.
Yes, yeah.
Right?
if you remember, what was that, SN3?
SN3. SN4 was Kabumi. SN3 was...
SN2 was Poppy,
SN...
if I remember.
No, SN2 was test tanks, right?
Yeah, 2 was a test tank. So 1 popped, 2 was a test tank, 3 crumple popped, and it crumple popped because they had a test flow procedure, and they detanked the lower tank first, which meant all that weight up on top of it crumpled it, and then after it crumpled, it popped. So, yeah. SN3 shows why they do it the way they do it. I think that's a throwback. Good old crumple pop.
Yeah, I love, like, sometimes that's really cool to go, like, through your history of Starship vehicles. And, of course, you have the advantage of, like, basically covering all the way, right? Because you covered from Starhopper to now.
Yep.
So, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, if I had a time machine, I would go back and thank Jack from 2019 or 18 or whenever it was, and be like, yo, thanks for being out here this early, because holy cow, Starhopper is still one of my favorite moments of all time. What a cool thing to have been able to witness. And that's why I like Water Towers Can Fly so much, because Tim and I were standing on a roof in Boca Chica Village watching that happen, and my video camera picked up Tim absolutely losing his mind, which to this day is just such a great moment. Thomas, thank you, in our back channel, says SN1 popped out the bottom, Mark 1 popped out the top, and
true.
SN3 crumpled. And of course SN4 detonated.
Yeah, then SN5 and 6 flew. SN7 never did anything.
Right.
SN8 and 9 flew, 10 flew, 11 flew, 15 flew.
Right. Fun fact, the only thing of the Starship program that I did not see or was not here for was SN5. And that's because of the dang Pando.
Oh yeah. True. That's also happening in that area.
The Great Quar. Yeah, it happened.
Yeah,
that was a thing.
That's crazy. I started actively watching with Starhopper. I think I started actively like tracking with 5 to 8. And I joined right after 15. I joined the commentator team. I think I basically joined like the commentator team like 2 weeks after SN15.
Good times. I'm so glad you did.
I'm
William,
so glad I did as well.
Thank you for grabbing some stuff from the store. They say, when is the next update from Elon? I don't know. You'll have to ask Elon. But thank you for grabbing some cool treats from the store there. And Justin, thank you for going to the store and picking something up. They say, hello, thanks for the constant coverage. You got it. Thanks for the support. We'll keep doing it. You keep coming out and watching them. Let's see here. Adrian, you're going to have to explain this one to me. Steve McCravey says, for a good time, ask a German to say squirrel.
Oh, yeah. So, there's something, I don't know why, that conflicts with how German talk and how the word that works. And apparently, a lot of Germans have trouble pronouncing it. And it's mad.
Go ahead, say it.
It's squirrel. Do
it again. Say the thing.
Squirrel.
That's pretty good.
I don't know. It's hard.
Good. That really wasn't bad at all. I expected far more based on Chris B's reaction in chat.
To be fair, I work like half the day with English people, so that helps. But it's the worst word to ask any German to say.
Well, now I know. Good to know. It's skivel.
Skivel. Yeah. Squirrel. It's the worst. It really it hurts my mouth to pronounce it. I don't know why. It just conflicts with how we speak.
All right. So what that means is next time Adrian is hosting, I call on chat to change all of their names to have the word squirrel in it. How amazing would that be?
It's like a donation train of people. Like, oh no!
Just all the questions, the name squirrel, all the super chats, squirrel in the name. That would be amazing.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Would be the
sorry.
worst.
Sorry in advance for that, Adrian. That's my bad. Let's see here. Sergeant Snake is saying, going on the Artemis HLS question, when do you think we will finally see the first HLS Starship being built and tested? Ryan, do you have any guesstimations here? And then we'll do Adrian, and then I'll chime in.
You know, we saw that painted nose cone thing a couple years ago, but that was like really nothing. I'm gonna guess, so first landing 2025, at least that's the target. Whether that'll slip, we don't know.
Landing back at the launch site, right? Not landing on the moon, you mean? Or do you mean landing on the moon?
I mean landing on the moon.
Oh, okay, go on.
So, because it's not going to come back, because it doesn't have the flip flaps in order to turn itself. At least that's the plan, I believe. So, the first HLS Starship, I'd say 2024, like really at the early part of 2024, if not this year, because you know, people often forget that Starbase, although this is where we see all of the Starship stuff happening, it's not the only Starship development site. It's not the only, like, Hawthorne has stuff going on. There's Raptor vacuums, there's like design teams, you know, engineering is happening all over SpaceX's facilities. So it's not just because we can't see something at Starbase doesn't mean it doesn't exist, you know? So stuff might already exist, we just can't see it because it's inside a building in California or Florida, or, you know, so...
Or even Starbase now with the Star Factory, yeah.
Exactly.
I will say there is a interesting looking nose cone inside the mid bay. It is super hard to get a good view of it, but that was in some member photos that I shot that we put out recently. So if you want to take a look at that nose cone, it's not really anything exceptional to look at the moment, but I have heard some people say that might be an HLS nose cone variant or something. I have no idea. I could be completely wrong. I could be misremembering what they told me, but either way, it could be that we've already seen it. Adrian, go ahead. What do you think?
I mean, they build, I would say, this year. I mean, they have to start soon.
Right.
We are talking about the super tight timeline, and at some point they have to start. This is like the main contract. That's the big thing. So I think as soon as they will even get like Orbital under their belt, I think so. I think that that's the moment.
They'll go full head of steam, or full steam ahead. I can talk.
Yeah.
Speaking of talking, Adrian, do you have the panel open?
Oh no.
Can you open the panel for me?
I wonder why I should open the panel right now. Starbase.
I'm gonna go grab a drink of water. Can you read a couple super chats while I grab some water? Thank you.
Oh my god. Let me see here. Is he just... Did you really just go and let me... Oh my god. I mean, that's just one with scribble in there. That's just... Why? Why, Jack? And it's just, like, it's just ethereal with a $2 chipset saying squirrel. Squirrel. Squirrel? Is that okay?
Scroll.
I think squirrel. Is that
it's
like...
you're saying it completely fine. At this point, there's really not even a joke happening.
Sorry. I wish I was a better German. Did you
read
really get a new bottle of water, or did you just decide to torture me?
That's for me to know. You know, that's we're not going to get too inside baseball here. You know, it's like behind the scenes Hollywood stuff. A magician never tells how he does his tricks. But can you read that other super chat there from the Canadian fellow?
Oh my god.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Do you mean the 5? Oh, that one.
Yep.
Astro Knucklehead?
Bingo! Good job.
Yeah. Astro Knucklehead with a 5 Canadian dollar super chat saying, only person to say my name correctly so far, and it's Jack. Adrian, say my name. I did it.
Yay. Alright, back to your regularly scheduled, slightly less insane programming. We are watching the frost recede on the methane tank of Booster 9. It appeared that they did some sort of full stack propellant load or cryo test today, and now we are seeing them slowly detank. So far, the LOX tank remains full, or apparently remains full. Could be wrong. But we are seeing the frost recede on that methane tank. Now, what the rest of the day holds remains to be seen, as there is, math, many hours left in the window. The test window closes at 8 p.m. Central. It is currently 2:21 Central, so there you go.
5
There's
hours
time...
and 39 minutes?
Yeah, math. There's a reason I am a photographer and not a mathonomer. But yes, there's plenty of time left. It's a thing. Look it up. Plenty of time left in the window. They could use it, they could not. I don't think I remember them ever doing 2 major tests in a day like that, but who knows? You never know. That's why we're...
well...
Go ahead.
SN9?
Oh, I mean, they've done multiple static fires in a day, but I don't remember a day where they did, like, a cryoproof and then did a static fire, or did a cryoproof and then did a spin prime. I could be misremembering, but like
I'm
multiple tests.
Pretty sure there were a day of like multiple refillings.
Okay, I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong.
But I think that's like to your safe here. I think that was all in the earlier days where it was a bit more Wild West. They seem a bit more calm and collected now. And they tend to just, after one scrub, just inspect a lot.
Speaking of inspecting, I'm looking at our member Discord. Did we get a food chat yet?
I mean, the poll is still ongoing, and everybody can join if they wanted to vote against it. If you kept comment above and go into party chat, you can vote against the food channel.
Why are you encouraging people to vote against it?
I mean, tribalism. Let's go. I will post.
What are even these? What is this? I don't understand what I'm voting for. Like, which emoji do I need to click on to vote? Yes.
I mean, one is a green one that says yes, and one is the red one that says no and is sweating.
I don't see. Okay, I do see the no. I do see the yes. A yes is winning by far. There's many votes
yes is
for
so far
yes.
very, very much winning.
There are literally 2 votes for no. So I don't know at what point we have... Why is Patrick voting no? Why did you vote no?
I vote both because I made the emojis appear.
Oh, right. Who's voting?
I'm the independent person here that is on neither side. Vote no.
You'll make me mute you again.
I mean, I just don't like chat clutter. I like channel clutter, so...
But you don't ever have to go there. It's not hurting you by existing.
Yeah, that's true. That's the argument why people shouldn't be against like new movies that reboot old franchises, because you don't have to watch them, right?
Wow, you're really...
I turned that around against you.
Yeah, you know me too well.
Yeah, I totally own you there.
I'm just gonna sidestep that completely. Sean, thank you so much for grabbing something from the store. They say thanks for your coverage over the years. I get it.
I'm so proud.
Yeah, no, we're just going to deny you that pleasure and move right on. Asper, thank you for the support. They say, what's happening right now? Just tuned in. Well, that was a question 4 minutes ago, so hopefully you heard my recap. But essentially, we saw a full stack propellant load, at least of oxygen. Oh my god, my brain. Liquid oxygen.
Yes.
We think they filled the methane tank with nitrogen, and they held it like that for quite a while, and now they are beginning to detank. So that is what you were looking at. Reactivating the launch pad with a booster on it for the first time since the flight.
Sawyer is completely celebrating the back channel that was the return of oxygen.
That wasn't even intentional. Like I stopped myself from saying it because partway through saying it, I was like, "Oh God, no, oxygen."
It's Loxygen. I am full Team Sawyer here. Loxygen is the right way to say it.
Speaking of Lox, does anybody know where I can get...
Methalox, right?
Oh, fine. Okay. Yeah, does anyone know where I can get a good Lox bagel in Brownsville? Because I'm dying. Screen name, thank you for the support. They say, Hawthorne has SBL cams. Why not SBL have Hawthorne cams? I wish. Thanks for the support there, buddy. Nico Snick, thank you for the support. They say, petition for Jack to say the hardest German space-related word Adrian can come up with. Adrian, type a word in the back channel and I'll try and say it.
Oh, yeah, I can type you the equivalent of aluminium grid fins.
Do it.
Or titanium
Samuel,
grid fins.
thank you for the support. They say super secret squirrel stuff.
There you go.
I think they were trying to get you to say that. Titan Gitterlamel. I don't know. I got nothing. Gitterlamelin?
Gitterlamelin. It's a grid fins.
Gitterlamelin. Hey.
There you go.
Astro Knucklehead, thank you for the support. They say, is anyone in Brownsville selling Rudd remnants? I have no idea. Those are property of SpaceX. You probably don't want to be doing that. If you do make it down to the launch site, though, I mean, there's fondag and concrete everywhere. If you want yourself a little piece of concrete, just walk on the beach for 5 minutes. Although, I don't know. Maybe SpaceX will want that back, too. Mikey, becoming a launch director. Thank you so much, Mikey. That is an incredible level of support there. One of our higher levels of membership. And you get Discord access. You get the behind-the-scenes videos. You get the members-only photos and videos. You get the members-only streams. You get all the cool stuff. The members-only emoji. And you get your name at the end of episodes of NASA Spaceflight Live as a special, extra special thank you. So thank you, Mikey, for that support. Once again, thank you to all of our members. We could not do what we do without y'all. Let's see.
Somebody's saying I should say rear fog light in German.
Do it.
It's Nebelschlussleuchte.
Nice.
That's that control center. I will also post it in chat. Such an
Nebelschlussleuchte. Forget it.
Yep.
Once again, you have enacted your revenge with much skill. Astro Knucklehead says, bingo, I presume because you pronounced their name correctly.
Nice.
Maddox Glassner, thanks for the support. They say, thoughts on the Sea Dragon? I don't really have any. Does anyone have any thoughts on Sea Dragon? Ryan?
I think Sea Dragon was a really cool design. I think it would have been absolutely insane to see fly, especially considering that it was literally too big to be able to have a launch pad that was not the ocean itself. Hopefully we see another rocket that scale at some point in the future. But, you know, I think maybe... actually, I'll change my answer. I hope we see another vehicle the same size in the future, but I hope it doesn't have to launch off of Earth, because I have a feeling that a vehicle of that size, even with a different propulsion system, would still obliterate anything in front of it or behind it. So maybe we see some kind of mega Starship assembled in Leo, and then it goes off to explore the stars or something, you know.
What?
I like big rockets, right? But I also don't like the launch pad getting destroyed. So you have to you have to launch the big rockets in little bits and then stick them together.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
Well, why would you build a rocket and destroy the launch pad? That would be counterintuitive, right?
Yeah.
Delightfully counterintuitive.
Who would do that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, Ryan. We are sort of rapidly approaching the point where it's like, make the largest reasonable rocket. Reasonable isn't the right word. Practical rocket that you can, and then use that to assemble something that's actually bigger in orbit versus on Earth. Kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait till we have shipyards in orbit. That's going to be awesome. I hope I live long. Let's see here. Good question, though, from Maddox. XRTMTRX, however you're supposed to pronounce that, is saying, do we ever find out what happened with the elevator incident prior to Integrated Flight Test 1? I mean, the elevator broke and fell. I don't know that we ever found out why or what the deal was, but yeah, that's, I think, all we really know at this point still.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw footage from inside of it, it's not like your everyday lift that you find at the local mall, right? It's it was kind of a rickety thing, so yeah.
Let's see here. Six String Simpleton saying, will the shower head need to be used for static fire from now on? I'd expect that hot exhaust going in there and contacting water would not be normal. Yeah, my inkling is that essentially, just like the FireX system, from this point on, every time they do a static fire, they will use the Deluge system. I'm more wondering, can they use the Deluge system without doing a static fire? I know people have said that the Deluge system has angled nozzles so that the water is, going at an angle less than straight up, but I don't know. Did you see that footage of the Deluge test? A lot of water went quite vertical, and I can't imagine them wanting to spray Raptor engines with water just willy-nilly. I don't know. But anyways,
Okay.
I'm just spitballing here.
Here's my spitballing about this. I think they kind of have to use it without a static fire, because you wouldn't start a Deluge system 0.2 seconds before ignition. You would at least give it some lead up time. So I think if the Deluge system right now couldn't be used without a static fire going on, that would be a considerably big amount of design flaw.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess in my head, I'm thinking more like when you see the Rainbirds at 39A or the Deluge system at Slick 4 or on other launch pads, sort of you see it start up and start to flow, and then a few seconds later the rocket launches. I feel like we could see the same sort of thing with the Deluge here, where it's like they start flowing water through it, they don't do full pressure until ignition, and at which point they go to full pressure. But who knows how that's all going to work out. I don't know. Ryan, do you have any thoughts in this realm?
I mean, I'm not going to declare myself an expert on water or how fluids work or anything like that, but I do feel like they have it there, so they kind of have to use it.
Right. Makes sense. Let's do another question here. Oh, no, that's the question. That's it. Let's see. Do we have any more questions? Florida Man says, Jack, stop saying it's a full stack tanking test. There's no ship. Thank you. I'm an idiot. I appreciate that correction. Full booster cryo test. Let's see here. Cap and Tiki, thanks for the super chat. They say, does that mean it's methyl oxygen now? Please no.
Yes. Yes.
And Based Gigachad, thanks for the support. They say, is DJ Skrillex just the German pronunciation of DJ Squirrel X? Thanks for keeping the stream fun and entertaining.
Oh my god. No.
Yes. The answer is yes.
No, absolutely not.
Say Skrillex.
Skrillex?
Sure, I'll buy it. I'll buy that for $1.
$1?
It's a reference. You don't understand. It's from RoboCop.
I will Google it.
It's from RoboCop. I'll just tell you now. It's from. You haven't seen RoboCop, have you?
No, I didn't even know that movie exists until now.
Oh my! It's a robot cop. How could you not have seen it? It's amazing. It's a classic.
It's from 1987. I was not born for 8 years.
I wasn't born for a year. It's fine. I still have seen it.
You were well closer than I was.
Oh man. And let's see here. I think as the frost continues to wane, can frost wane? I'm gonna say yes. As the frost no disagreements. Okay, good. As the frost continues to wane, I think we will call the stream here. If anything else crazy starts to happen down at the Launchpad, we'll go live again. But instead, you can hang out at Starbase Live and continue to watch all of the cool angles that we have there. We'll just put a halt to commentary for now unless SpaceX starts spooling things up and doing more. But at this point, we sort of expect the booster to continue to be detanked, and maybe something else will happen today and we'll go live again, but probably not. We'll just have to watch Starbase Live and stay tuned to see what happens next. But until then, thank you, Ryan, for being on the stream.
Very welcome.
Adrian, thank you. And thanks for putting up with me.
Thanks for putting up with me. I feel like It's always fun. It's always fun. Remember, we're just having fun.
Indeed. All in good fun. And earlier we had Ian on stream as well. Ian, thank you. And we had, oh my god, we had Alex on stream. Thank you, Alex. And we even had Max for a little bit there. Thank you, Max. And thank you so much to Patrick in the back channel for getting this going. And thank you to all of our SBL ops. Andrew, Tanner, all y'all. Thank you so much. It's absolutely astounding. Y'all do such great work. And I feel like the camera operating on this stream, dare I say, was extra good. And I bet there's a correlation between y'all operating the cameras and it being extra good today. So, good job. And of course, I'm Jack Beyer. I'm the annoying one. And now you don't have to listen to me anymore. You can go over to Starbase Live and watch all of this continue to happen. But until next time, we will see you nerds later. Thanks for watching. Later.
And here we go.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RA-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with Planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Climbing down to SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?